You know what? I was just fucking bored. I've never gone live on my phone with StreamYard and shit, so I thought I would just try it out. Roll a joint, smoke something. What up, Sid? What up, Grotto? Butters, Uncle. What up, fellas? So, what do y'all want to talk about? I don't give a shit about the shit, but I don't know. I just bored. I don't want to. I like having the spots where you can just hang out, chill, smoke. Oh, I'm on my phone, so if you don't have a wrench, then well, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Probably start making a hangout out of these bullshit in the fucking chat. If nothing else. Can't wait to see what you end up getting out of that. You know, this shit look good. Look real good. Yeah, I don't have a bike. I got cars. I got 4-wheel drives and stuff. I'm actually looking at getting, instead of getting like an e-bike, I'm actually looking at getting like a fucking side by side. I'm looking at, me and my son were just at the dealership yesterday looking at the Can-Ams. The Can-Ams are pretty badass. Nice hills. Those are fucking turning out to be really nice, fat fucking goals on this. That's I like. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, that fucking side by side. They're pretty cool. We have a lot of fucking like off-road tracks, parks and shit like that. Where I live, so. And shit with my town. Shit, you can drive those things right in the town. They don't give a shit. Some of them fuckers, they cost as much as a car. we're fucking selling that for like $35,000. But I mean, fuck, they had pretty much everything. I mean, fucking leather seats and everything. Fucking full doors, heaters, fucking full lights, fucking stereo. Well, I got one tent hills that I'm doing this what are we calling it? The Chapo Theatery. And then the other tent, I I topped it once. I'm gonna try to run like that. Top it once, less plants, 2 week veg. I'm gonna tell you what, it's a lot less plants. But I just wanted to test it out because I like being able to grow my clones up, being able to take the apical top. And I think if I could take the apical top, bam, put those in the cloner, and then take the plant that's left and then transplant it, bed, 18.6 for 2 weeks, and then flip them. So then I'm using both the top and the bottom. And then the next tent would be the top apical clones. Those get transplanted and then go into the other tent. 7-day, 18.6, flip. Just alternate it. Fucking grow weeds boring. That's all I can say. That's stupid. You can't reach nobody over here. Oh, I see. You just click on it and it highlights it. That's cool. Popped your first seeds. Fuck, yesterday I went to roll a joint, fucking grinded up a bunch of weed, fucking reached over with like, oh, fuck, out of papers. Fuck. Right. I mean, I have backup papers, but they're junk papers that are, what are they? Fucking, I don't know. They're the jobs. I really like the jobs papers. They seem like they're a lot thicker. And they're really fucking white. I know that. I can tell you this. If you want to make a fucking white ash on your fucking, on your joint to impress people, use one of these jobs and fucking turn your, yeah. Oh shit, are we still live? Rolling Jones, Rolling Jones. What up, JB? Yeah, Hills. You can get a white ash if you got a really white paper. Just saying. I get a fucking pretty nice white ash on a cigarette, too. Yeah, I was bored. Never did StreamYard or nothing on my fucking phone, so thought I'd see how it works. I was going to show a couple plans, but plants are plants. Nobody wants to see plants unless you're levels. Oh, sorry, I had to. What up, Nancy? Smoking John, Smoking John. Oh shit, too many beers last night. Must be a rainy, stormy day. You can't get out there today, huh? Somebody wants to jump up, they can always jump up there. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I probably didn't put the. I don't know how to pin the link. Yeah, I don't know how to do all that. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Oh, you gotta be on the gym. Well, how do I get the link from this? I'm trying to find myself, but I'm not doing very good. I don't Hills, how do I grab the link from you? Copy link, maybe? Go here. Oh, no. Did that work? Uh, such a noob. I just don't ever have nothing to go live and talk about. What do you do? You talk about plants. I mean, like, there's a lot of those. Yeah. Oh, I did it. Yay, I did it. Yeah, get some coffee. In fact, fucking hangover set. You do the normal questions like, oh, what's everybody in chat smoking on? Anybody want to come show their grow? Does it work? There it is. Just fucking around. Do you want to go camping? Moist. What up, Junior? Oh, you know what though? I can go over here. Let's see. I can do this. I think. could it be? All you motherfuckers looking now, aren't you? So one day, thank you. How about some fucking strange? How about those tripods or whatever, those tripods or whatever the fuck everybody went out and had to buy, paid like 140 bucks for 5 seats. And now, if you go look at Humboldt's fucking website, oh shit, did I say the name? Uh, you'll see that the price is changing. It's all weird. And now it also says recommended growing outdoors. Like, if you got some of those, damn. Oh, that's fucked up, Stone. And you don't want to go camping? I could give you the whole Sasquatch experience. Whoa, that sounds wrong. Jesus. Nah, I just seen a couple posts about it, and I just, I wouldn't jump. It's like electronics, when there's a new invention that comes out, and it's the fucking newest thing. Like, it's not that smart to go spend the high, overpriced fucking on that item because it's probably gonna have flaws. It's probably gonna be fucked up. It's not a good idea. Same with cannabis strains. I mean, that's probably why I don't have a lot of seeds though, because I just have a different opinion on seeds than a lot of people. But I mean, I don't mind growing anything, but again, a lot of you know that I believe that F1s are tester seeds, and for that reason, for a small time home grower, you kind of fuck them up. The small time home grower that wants to stay in a plant count and shit needs stable genetics so they can grow all the same. You got one that grows super tall, one that grows really wide, one that grows. Come on. I know we call it pheno hunting now, but I almost feel like that was made up by the breeders, and it was really what it really is testing my seeds for me. Like, because I shouldn't be searching for the best thing. You should be already had the best thing. Like I thought I was buying the best thing. Like, but now I gotta buy the best thing and then search for the best thing of the best thing. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I play the game just like anybody else, but I don't go crazy on buying seeds. I'd rather buy a fucking clone than somebody else, you know, found. And not everybody is gonna like the same thing, and I get that, but at least if it's somebody already hunted and it's the best out of, well, I guess if it's the best out of what they hunted doesn't mean it's still the best. I get it. I get it. But at least you're closer. I'd rather do that. Hunt out 10 seeds, have to throw away fucking 7 of them because they just don't grow right. They just don't meet the standards. Yeah, I know you do, Nancy. And there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. Some people like that. Well, I'm fucking lazy. I'm really lazy. But BK was opening the door to the fucking car or the shed or whatever he was in last night. I was just melting from the fucking air that he was letting in. Like, Jesus, close the fucking door. Born in a goddamn barn. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing. Like a 3-pack of F1 seeds. I mean, what are you going to do with that? I mean, you can guarantee one's probably not going to pop up or it's going to grow like shit. And honestly, you should just get rid of it if it's growing like shit. I know somebody be like, oh, the runts. The runts can turn out to be the best shit. Yeah, I guess if time's never a factor for you, but I grow weed. I'm not trying to nurse a plant. I'm not trying to recover a plant. I'm not trying. Fuck that. You know? Realistically, the crazy thing is the way people are on YouTube. They just fucked everything, you know, and you can blame it on whoever you want to blame it on. But realistically, there's enough of us on YouTube. If everybody got along well enough, it will never happen. And it's not going to happen now. But everybody could have been sharing shit. And, you know, everybody could have had the best of the best because there's so many strains around with so many different people. But, you know, we as people can't organize like that. We're all a bunch of jackasses. Oh yeah, I just never flower the mothers anyway, no matter what. I mean, that's why it's weird for me to top one once. You know, use the top, make clones out of it, and then flower out the rest of the plant. I've never done that, so I'm gonna try that. Well, obviously I've done that because I've shaped plants up, but not on a quick flip. In a couple weeks, not you know, definitely not a sea of green. But I don't want to veg. I don't like vegging. A lot of problems happen in veg. So if you can cut out your veg time, and then it's cool to do the monocrops when you do the quick flips because especially if you do like I mean I'm doing the 2x4 tents. You get one whole strain and the other one's another strain, and then you can smoke. Oh, one guest. Sorry, fuck. It's probably Hills. What's going on? Invite. Did he leave? Shit. I wasn't paying attention to Hills. Oh, here we go. Distant. Oh, there we go.
I just walked in and you were like, oh shit, did he leave? No, I'm still here.
Oh, I was like, oh shit. There's a little thing down there that says guest. I was just rambling. I don't know.
I was listening.
I like the man. I really liked how your room turned out. I do.
That was really super easy, man.
It got me in my. It kind of got me in my own head a little bit because I'm going, fuck. Look at the size of this fucking. You know, I had to take into consideration you have a hell of a lot more light than I do.
Yes.
And you're running the CO2.
Yes. Yeah. And I think
nice
that
chunkers.
I think that
nice.
I like slammed the light too late down on them. Finally, I got that Photone app, the filter, and then I figured out how much DLI I was giving them. So I had given them more, like around week 5 or something, maybe in 6. And that was when family had came over, and he's like, "Man, I think that you might have given them too much." So I, they did pretty good. I'm trying to be humble. I'm not trying to be like, yeah, best harvest ever. We'll see. We'll see how it tastes. We'll see how it comes out. Looks can be deceiving.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So
you might get it down and be like, well, fucking 60% of the streams that were in there, I don't even fucking like. I'm just gonna end up giving this shit. You know, like,
Correct.
but that's part of finding the one you like. You know, once you find that one you really like I really love this fucking super buff cherries, and then you can do a monocrop with that. Oh,
The super booth that I have is like orange tang. It's
yeah, this is
it's like very sharp of a, it's not a plastic orange, but it's like more like a tangerine or so, and it is very bright in your mouth. But I don't have a cut of it. So I re-vegged the fucking one of the plants and I cut off and I left like 2 or 3 inch buds on it, and we'll see if I can get a cut off of it.
did it still have leaves? Did it still have leaves and shit?
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck it. I mean,
Yep.
it
Yeah,
is. I mean, I don't know. I
they
mean,
said between levels and flyby, we were talking when I was cutting them down, and I was like, "So if I really want to re-veg this," and they both like spoke up, and then ADHD was like, "You should do like a monster crop re-veg and cut that off and put it in the cloner." And I was like, I don't know about that one. That might like kill it completely.
I mean, if you got the space to just throw it off in a corner somewhere under a light and fucking fuck it.
Yeah, it's upstairs in the mother closet right now. I had to
Yeah.
move shit back around, so I got the mother closet back up and going. Yeah.
You're getting ready to start going on vacation now and shit, right? Don't you normally travel around a little bit?
Here and there, yeah. And I was supposed to go to Missouri this weekend, and I got too much shit going on, so I'm gonna let my wife go out by herself. She's just gonna go see friends over there, and I was gonna stop by, try to stop by and grab something from ADHD, something,
Well,
but
that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna be going through again, let me know before you go through, and I'll meet up. I can get you a
yeah,
clone of it.
yeah. Definitely, maybe this summer we'll probably go on a kayaking trip or something. But right now, I just got, I don't know, my engine blew up on my truck. I got to work as much as I
Oh,
can, so that's
yeah.
a big expense. I got to start paying for that, and it's just one thing leads to another.
Well, it
It's
looks
like,
like you're gonna have a lot of THCA flower.
yeah, yeah, I will have a lot
So
of THCA.
so so yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, somebody might be in need of some THCA flower. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't recommend heating it up, but I mean, do what you want
Yes.
with it after you get it. I mean, fucking,
Yep, exactly.
we could figure something out, buy a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, buy some stickers and
Yeah, yeah. That was always a good way of doing it, really. Buy a sticker pack, get you a
yeah,
sticker pack for like 150, $200.
yeah, buy some slaps. You know.
Oh, you know what I did? And everybody's gonna laugh at me. How many people? Okay, we only got 15, so not a lot. So I thought, man, I'm starting to fucking accumulate some weed here. I need to like seal it away, put it away, right? Put some away so that way I can keep it fresh. So I broke out the fucking seal meal and I fucking,
So you
you know,
vacuum sealed it up, and then did you end up like putting it in like freezer or
uh, well, you know what ended up happening? Dude, I turned a half pound into brickweed.
by vacuum sealing it too much?
Oh, fuck, yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to
You
see one?
you got it. It's a fine line where when we used to do box of the month, actually, I used to require that it used to be like vacuum sealed almost 3 times. And but he never put too much pressure on it. He put just enough. you know. Yeah, but as soon as you cut that open, it'll come.
It's brickweed.
No, as soon as you cut it open, it'll go poop. It'll
No,
air
I'll
out.
show you. Hold on. I'll show you. I'll cut it
Oh,
open.
it just stays like that. Because that's about, maybe you sucked a little bit too much air out. Because that's about what.
Yeah, what I found out, and I should have did a little research first, is if you put it in a freezer bag first, and you leave a little air in the freezer bag, and then do it.
Okay.
That way, the air state, keeps it from.
Oh, you're talking like more like a Ziploc?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, LED is supposedly
Oh.
backstage.
Oh,
Yeah. I guess. Oh, I do have it on. Now I can see chat. I didn't even have it on chat. I had private chat for some reason. But
you hear it?
what's up, LED? How are you?
I'm good. How you doing today? What's going on, Chapo?
Oh, look.
Like everybody else, bored. It's storming here today, man. So
It's like Mexican weed.
Oh, wow,
it's so
bro.
Super sticky, though.
You did like totally turn it to brickweed. You just made one giant bud out of it.
Yeah, look. How big's your bud?
what is
so
that?
I did a half pound like that.
Ouch.
What strain is that?
I don't know. I stood out like a pound. That's super buff cherries.
Yeah, you see how purple
okay.
it is? Oh, it's got a gorgeous color to it.
Yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah, good experiment, huh? Life lesson.
I could probably ship that anywhere in the world.
Yeah. We use the seal one bag with a little air, and then the other bag vacuum sealed, won't compress them. Yeah, my guy used to, I don't know, he would get it just right. It seemed like for the first package, and then he put it in another one, and then sometimes he would even do three, depending on how smelly it was. And then he would pack it with some newspaper, and allegedly it would come in and it would come in like 3 to 5 days, right to my doorstep.
Yeah, I got it all done and then I thought about it. I was like, oh shit. Do you think that like fucking compressed the weed? Like, and then I started reading on the internet and I was like, oh fuck. So I cut one open and I was like, oh man.
Oh.
I got Mexican purple weed.
Yeah, I guess what it was just too sticky. It wasn't dry enough.
Oh yeah, so sticky. I'm gonna it breaks apart like a fucking oh, it's crazy. I'm getting chunks everywhere.
So, Crop, I heard you earlier say that you don't flower out your mothers, and usually I give them away too. I give them to my dad or to people at work, and they're like,
yeah, bro,
yeah, I'll take them.
I'll tell you, pro tip, seriously, is you spent all that time growing them. I mean, you got pretty much what you want off them, but when you send them over to somebody's house, I like to get some of the return.
Well, I get you.
Right? I mean, you don't have to do that, but I mean,
it's just their personal that they, they're gonna take it, or
Well, usually what happens is they don't usually grow a lot. So what you end up getting a little. Like this last time, I got 5 ounces, but they run out of weed, and then you end up donating it back to them.
Right.
They come back to you. Because they're like, oh, do you got any of that left? And you're like, yep. I saved it just for you.
I also think it's funny. It's like on Instagram, I see a couple friends, and they're like, "Yeah, I just finished out and they'll name out the clones that I gave them, and I'm just like, "Yeah, you got that from me."
Yeah, that's what my buddy did when he flowered out Super Buck cherry bombs that I sent over there. And then he went to an event and he was showing everybody the stuff, and everybody's like, oh my God, they were all loving it. And he's like, yeah, everybody loves the weed. And I was like, yeah, I know.
It's
all you had to do is finish it, fucker. You know. Like,
mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna ask you. Oh, okay, because you told me the other day.
So what you up to, LED?
Not much, man. Trying to stay dry out this rain. It's raining and storming here for the last 2-3 days.
Yeah, last night it really fucking came down.
I know it,
well,
man.
I guess it was this morning. It was like 3 o'clock this morning.
But other than that, man, just growing, staying happy. But this what I got going on in the tent right now. They are 2 weeks in. That's a purple bud. I just let them go. These are regular. That's why I didn't think a lot of training to them. I didn't know if they regular seeds, so I didn't know if they were going to be male or female. But I got a male outside to go with this purple bud just as tall as this, and I'm gonna breed this with. I'm gonna try to get some seeds off of it. And this girl here, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this one. This is Ontario's. And I didn't know it was a 14 week. Yeah, I didn't know it was, I got it from Dutch Pack. I didn't know it was like a 12 to a 14 week flowering strand. So probably about week 4 or week 5, she would be going outside. Cause I got somebody in the community for some clones, but that's what she's looking like. But she's pretty. She'll have some decent stacking.
Yeah. But 14 weeks, man, that's a long time.
It's in between 12 and 4. That's what I said. I didn't know until I looked up the flowering time. I thought it was going to be 10 at the most, but 14 weeks, she'll definitely be going outside.
I mean, just think of the difference, 60 to 100 days. Like,
I know.
You do that twice, and that's like a whole nother grow just to grow that strain.
I got me some autos in between, and I keep my autos. I keep me some autos in between, whether they photos or films. I keep me some autos in between that. So, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna be putting her ass outside. I can't do 14 weeks. Mm-mm.
I mean,
nah. The most she mess around and if she mess around and get clouded, I ain't got to worry. I don't really have to let them. I don't really let my plants go till I get amber. As long as I got very little clear, I got the you know what I'm saying. I got the cloudy and the milky, the milkiness. I'll chop them down. So she'll probably get chopped down by week 11. She won't see 14. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing stuff. I'm gonna be doing strawberry cough this next run. I heard it was a little bit longer, but we'll see.
Yeah, I really didn't know till I got it. I started seeing how fast she was growing, and I'm looking at the leaves. I'm like, man, at first when I started seeing the leaves, I thought it was gonna be a male plant because the leaves were so long. And I'm like, no, that's a sativa. But then when I looked her up, when I got on Dutch Pasture and looked her up, it said anywhere from 10 to 14 weeks. Man, I cussed myself. I thought I was getting something really good with a short flowering strand. I really don't like going over 9 if I could help it.
Pure Michigan, welcome.
What up, Pure Michigan? What up, brother?
But that's like when I did the sour diesel. Those were a 12-week strand. I don't even like going to 12 weeks. It's too long for me. If I had more space, I would be okay, but I'm limited of space, so I really can't do those long flower strands. That's the only reason. Now, if I was still in my older spot, it wouldn't bother me because I had four different rooms that I was growing in.
Right.
I'm down to a 2x2 now, so it kind of put a hex in everything.
Right. You'll
But
get
it's
back
okay,
there.
you know.
I mean,
I will. The best part about it though here is, you know what I'm saying, I can deal with the long flowering strand. It's not a big issue. As long as I'm not having, you know, I'm not killing them. I'm able to get a decent harvest at the end. That's the best part about it, you know. So I'm more comfortable than ever showing my plants. I'm not ashamed to show them no more. You understand? So it's okay.
yeah,
You know.
I get you. You know, I take a lot of pride, and I try to be very humble, and I try not to gloat, but I try to show what a good grower can do, and for only
Well,
doing
man,
it for 2 years, I'm definitely trying to still get better and give good advice, and
yeah.
educate myself, and trying to
Like,
learn different
you,
techniques and different trainings, still just being a well-rounded grower. So
yeah, but you know, it's the great and show off when you done learn and dissect the information and able to process it and then put it into your growth. I mean, so what? If you want to boast about it, you're able to boast about it because you come from a long way. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no need of
well, I
ain't
get you. I just it's still just be good to be kind of humble, and like people are like, oh, this is going to be your best harvest ever, what are you thinking? And I'm like, well, I'd be happy with anything over 4. And then like Happy was like, oh, don't you think more like 7 or something? And I'm like, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, I can't just say what I can't boast. I we'll see what I get.
I just think for the time it took you, the amount of soil you said, just the whole thing, other than crawling around on the floor to water, that kind of sucks. But, overall, for what you're going to get, it's pretty efficient.
You and you guys talked me into doing 9 days. So they had 21 days in the cloner. They came out. I bottomed the roots. I put them in the 1 gallons. We talked, and you were like, "Ooh, I'd give them 9 days." So we did 30-day total, and from cut, and then we flipped them. So,
And I think you ended up with a nice main cola and
yeah,
nice secondary. That's exactly what you wanted.
yeah.
And that's exactly, I mean,
I ended up with a cola and a crown for almost everything.
right. You got your little island. You got your little island down below.
Yep. And I did thin out some of the bottoms, I think week 1 or 2, but very little. And then I even did a big plant leaf strip at, I want to say, week 4 or 5, in that range. And then I think I did one more the 2 weeks or a week and a half before we did a harvest. I did another one. That's some of the stuff that I don't necessarily keep track of. It's just like, okay, I can't get the humidity under control. These fucking plants have way too many leaves. That's how we're going to attack the problem. That's how I address certain things. I
But
got to.
you showed really, like light equals yield. I mean, no
yeah.
matter what anything else that fucking, you had healthy plants, you had the light for the plants did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
You really didn't get in their way. You just trimmed them up a little bit here and there. I can water them and bed them,
and I really got lucky, and I want to say it was like week 3, 4, and 5, or it might have been 4, 5, and 6. But that was coming in out of the winter. It got cold, and I didn't work those 3 weeks because those girls really worked me out. Like, I had to be down there an hour to an hour and a half after lights turned on to start watering them, or they would have been all like.
That's right. I can't wait until you can get to a point where you can get a couple tables. You can do a couple. If you had a couple flood tables in there on those days that you worked really long, all you'd have to do then is just get a fucking, you know, your hose and just go flood the table and walk away.
Yeah,
You
I was
know,
The best part
thinking of like doing a dripper system or something, but flooding the table would be great.
you just go in there, fuck it, let them butt chug. Once they're at a certain point in their age, and I mean,
I
you
had to.
butt chug it. You go down there like 3 hours, 4 hours later, whatever's left. You unplug the plug and fucking drain it into a bucket and toss the shit out for the house plants or whatever.
If I was only gonna feed from the top down, I couldn't have gotten that much water in them because they would go so hydrophobic.
Yes, yes,
that
yes.
those 1 gallons, and then they would get so dry that if I didn't water them 2 to 3 times from the top down and then fill up the tray and then wait for like a couple hours for them to draw it back up, and then whatever had water left in it like an hour or so before lights off, it got vacuumed out.
Yeah, you just suck it out and call it a day.
Yep. So, and it was like everybody else was all happy. Some people would, or some girls even probably wanted more water, but it was like, nah, that's your ration for the day.
And that's the nice thing about the table. You can flood the table, and the plants will take whatever they want. Each individual one will suck up what they want, and then you know, once they're done, and then you can go in there. That way, I hate seeing you around crawling around the floor. I was thinking you need one of those mechanics creepers or something. You can lay down on it. You can roll under there, you know. Like,
2 flood tables that would be like 3 foot by 6 foot. You know, that would be really sweet, and then you could push them together, so you would basically have a 6 foot by, well, maybe a little bit longer. You know, if you could.
Well, if you ever, when you're out and traveling around this summer, you're ever in the truck or whatever, then you're in Oklahoma, you should try to hit up Tony's used growth supplies. He was selling those 4x8 tables for like $58.
$58. Holy fuck! It almost
used, but fuck, who cares?
Shit.
You know, yeah. I just hate to see you crawling around on the floor. I mean, we know you're a young guy and everything, but
yeah.
I
just think if I had like 2 3x8 tables, and then you put them on rollers, so then you had a 2 foot walkway, or you had 1 foot on each side of the walls.
With the lights that you have, I think each light would do a 4x8 section, right? So you'd have 2 over each table. You'd have nice walkway over a 4x8 table, and you can run the tables that way. Like, start plants, fill up the space under 1 light in a 4x8 area, you know, and then when you have plants ready, go in there, throw the next table together, you know, and you got that cycle, you know. You can run the tables as cycles.
Yep, I get you. Yeah, that would be really sweet to get some type of table and do smaller plants and just do fucking repetition fucking clones. You know, I mean, that was a lot of fun. It really was. And then like I took a bunch of clones for my dad and some other people, and then I reset some others because they were too big. So then I had all those. And then those plants just veg for 30 or 40 days. And then so now
I think if Happy could do this, if Happy could do the similar thing at the facility, fuck.
Oh, I think he'd be
just running cycles.
Yeah.
You
know? I really thought that maybe that's what, you know, I was trying to implement that with him, is like, why aren't you doing that at a dispensary? Why would you, in your grow up, why would you want to put 100 day or even 60 days into a veg cycle, you know?
Well, do it like, if he did it the way like I did it at home, but on his scale, oh man. Because I'm telling you, I always have extra clones. So the extra clones go right out in the showroom and they go for sale. You know, like you always have that extra stock. And I mean, man, I couldn't imagine him like every 80 days they could be pulling tables. You know, 1, 2 tables at a time, 3 tables, you know, like they could have 1 table always dedicated to their special house brand. You know, like it would be awesome.
And just even if you only were growing 3 different and you started from seed, you flowered it, you agreed that that was something good. Then now you brought in a mother, and you mothered that enough to get a whole table's worth, or or you do two, you clone it again, and now you got 2 mothers, and then you mother them enough to get a whole table's worth. But yeah, you got to work your mothers to be able to have enough stock, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
So
You just got to have enough mothers. Like for me, I can normally get 2 mothers to be enough to fill up a 24 site turbo cloner. That's easy. I could, of course, once they get older and bigger, you get to where 1 plant will do it. But
I was even thinking the next run. So if I took 3 clones from each of those seedling plants, then now I could clone them and then pull 1 as a mother, and then now it would be 16, it'd be 32 plants. It'd be a little bit less, but then I'd have a 2 plant sample and be able to flower them all out at the same time, all the lupos, all the welcome to the grow tents, find the outliers.
That's why we gotta find you tables, because God, I'd love to see you have tables, because you could do a whole table of each one. Like you could have. Gosh.
Yeah.
If anybody's got tables and they're around fucking hills,
dude, I'll save up my money, and I'll have to make a pilgrimage out to to Tony's or something. It might be worth it to take a drive and spend a 10-hour drive, spend the night, get what you need, and drive back. Just to be able to
make sure you take some cash, because he's got a lot of good fucking. I mean, it's used equipment, but he's got a lot of good shit there, and it's cheap.
Oh yeah. If I was going to go, I would definitely have some. I'd be willing to invest. I'd go to I don't go to a yard sale with only $2.
What we should do really is we should all save our pennies together, and everybody that's close here in that little run, save our pennies, and we rent a little fucking truck. We rent a little U-Haul or truck or a trailer, or something,
Yeah.
And we go load up.
Yep. Drive right back down Route 66 and dump everything off. I get you.
Because then it'd be cheaper on fucking. Well, I don't know. Cheaper on fuel, I would think. But
yeah,
that'd be a crazy road trip. But
yeah, I'd have to bring a trailer if I went, because my truck bed wouldn't even fit the size of tables that I want. I need 8 foot. To fit that room, I would want 8 foot long.
Well, tables, I mean, in my opinion, to do it right, for your room, I would definitely at least 2 8x4 tables would be fucked. Yeah. Dude, could you imagine going in there in a chair, in a rolly chair, and just rolling down your table?
That'd be sweet. Or just even being able to and I keep on saying 3 foot, and you keep on saying 4 foot, but if they were like 3 foot by 8 foot, right? So now you could have a center aisle, and then you would move them, and then you could work the wall, you could work the center aisle, you could move them, you could work the back. You'd be able to basically move the tables, and you would have a walkway all the way around your plants.
That's true. Because then you just build a little stand for them on casters.
Yep.
Or you can just roll them back and forth a little bit.
Yeah. But
that is true. I don't know if they make three footers though.
Yeah.
But
40 inch or so. But yeah, maybe 4 by 8s. But yeah, that would be sweet. I should have made the room a little bit bigger. Maybe I could even take out the wall, the one wall with the door, scoot it back another 2 foot into the lung room, and call that good. Because the back wall is set where it has to be, or there wouldn't be a hallway to go into the fucking thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a cicada. The cicadas are coming out.
Ooh, it's the 13-year itch for you, huh?
Yeah, we got two different kinds coming out this year. I was thinking about doing a recording. Setting a recorder outside at night.
Yeah. They get
Because
really
it gets really loud. Oh, there it goes. Fuck. No, we're into bugs. We collect bugs. Trying to find we need to find the exoskeleton of the cicada, though. Oh shit, we're still live. That's kind of weird.
I get you. Either that or Old Dutch. The wood invites bugs and mold. Maybe if you painted it really good and you put a lot of
Just get a couple fucking metal shelving wraps. You could probably.
There you go.
If you zip tie two of them together, they got wheels on them. Fucking.
Oh yeah.
Throw a table on it. You have a shelf down below too.
And that's another thing is that I have, and I thought about doing that the next time is getting plastic shelving, and then now you raise them up so that they're 20 inches off of the floor, so you're not necessarily crawling, and you do rows of those, and I think they're like 36, but you would be able to have a small walk path, and so everything's elevated off of the ground a little bit, but I didn't know how tall they were going to go,
Well, now you have an idea of what you're working with, though. You have an idea of so.
Right. You want them up 30 inches to 36 inches off the ground, because then that's 6 foot in the air. So now you could actually have your lights at 7 foot and you'd be fucking great. I think you saw in the very end, I was like a hunchback of Notre Dame just walking in there because I had the lights so low.
And that's why I loved, even with my 2x4 tent, I found that fucking little flood table, because it lifts it up so much that I just roll right up to it with an office chair, and I can do everything. I can flood the table. I can, even in a 4x4 tent or a 2x4 tent, I'm able to do all that. Oh, it's so much easier. The other tent is a shorty tent, 2x4 tent, so I can't put a table in that one. And it's a nightmare. I have to get on the floor and shit.
Huh.
That sucks. Yeah, those tray stands are cool, but some of them that they make for the cannabis trays are really expensive. You'll pay as much as fucking a tray for them.
Yeah. I seen some stuff on Temu and shit like that, but then those were the same ones that I think that Chirpy Highs just had bought over in Thailand, and he was like, "These things are falling apart and they're junk." So I was
it's gotta be something that can hold that much weight, right? Because there's gonna be a lot of plants.
Well, you just got to figure every gallon of water you put into your soil, depending on how
8
big.
pounds, right?
8 pounds plus the weight of the dirt, and then plus the weight of the mass that you're growing on top of it. I mean, what a fully saturated plant with let's just say 4 or not 4 gallons, but 5 pounds of dirt, maybe 4 pounds of water, and then you got a half a pound of bud maybe sitting up on top of it. I don't know, 8 ounces. It per square foot? I don't know.
Right. It would get heavy. Yeah, but
if you were a welder and you could do some fabrication with some like galvanized, or if you can somehow go to a nursery and they have some old fucking tables, that would be sweet, like expanded galvanized metal with the grills on them, then put some casters on something like that. Maybe I should hit up all the nurseries and see if they got anything that they don't use anymore. But now it's just getting it down in the fucking room. You almost need that's even like getting those trays down there. Fuck, I don't know if I could get an 8-foot tray down there because of the way that everything's built down there with the heater, the furnace, and the way you got to walk around in the hallway and the stairs. So you'd almost need smaller trays. Prop, you'd need like 2x4s, and then you would have multiple trays.
I wish you could. You might be able to, if you ordered more, get those tables for cheaper. But those 2x4 tables are nice. But fuck, you need so many to do your room that.
Yeah, you need 2, 4, 6, 8. So you
need probably at least 8.
Yeah, 8 of them. 8 tables with 8 trays. Which
That's
would be cool. But yeah, it'd be
pricey. That's a little over $800. It's close to $900.
Yeah.
But they got legs. They got, like.
Yeah.
Maybe you could do one at a time, or like, because your lights would do what, like a 4x4 area. So if you got 2 of them,
do a 4x4, but
just got 2 of them at a time, then you'd have 2 of them, and you just keep that light higher, and then the next time you get 2 more, and then you're able to raise that light, and then pretty soon.
Yeah.
I like the 2x4 ones because if you ever want to move it around or something, you're able to move little tables, and each, you decide this run, you're going to just run. Maybe you're going to do a solo cup run on one of the 2x4 tables. You can move it. You can move them around.
I could even do. I could even if within that same room. I have those mega cups. You're talking about solo cups. I call them mega cups. They're like quarter gallons or whatever. They're plastic pots, and that's what all those seedlings are in. I was thinking about up-potting them, but like you just said, just flower them in those. I couldn't imagine. You would have to. They would drink so much in a solo cup.
But in a table, it wouldn't matter. You just keep the table flooded.
Yep. Yeah. And then you just recirculate it, pump it in every half hour, let it drain, pump it in every half hour.
You could build a little PVC thing to go right down underneath the table where, from a tote, and just pump it right up on, put it on a timer.
Yep.
Every hour, fucking pump a bunch in, and then whatever it sucks up, it sucks up. As long as you keep the same size tote for your drain, so that way.
One of the very first grows I ever seen in somebody's house, it was a waterbed frame with the liner mattress with a drain in it, and underneath the waterbed frame there was the tote that stored all the reservoir, and it would pump it up one side, and then it would trickle down the whole thing, and then it would run into the reservoir, and the pump would overdo the drain, so it would build up by 2 inches or whatever in the bottom of the bed. But it was like literally a California king bed that was set up in the basement. Yep.
I know what I'm going to do. Oh my gosh. I'm going to make life so much easier.
And it was just at like a inch or inch and a half incline or whatever it was to make it drain enough. But the pump went in on one side and filled it up, and it would go back out. And
I'm gonna try. I think I could put a tote right underneath the table where my drain is. Mix nutrients, throw an air stone in it, throw a pump, and then run PVC up to the table. And like I say, put it on a timer every so often, just slow the drain down so the drain's slower than the and then you can just continuously recycle water. continuously flood the table.
Right. You
And
just
never have the fucking water.
you'd have to like in a sense time it out right, so or get a minute timer versus like a 15-minute timer, so then you could do a 6 minute or a 7 minute fill versus a fifth, you know what I mean. You'd have to get it precise so you don't overflow it. But yeah, you could, or the right size pump. You might have to
Right.
get a bigger pump compared to the drain to be able to kind of sustain, or like reduce the
Well,
drain
on
going
your
into,
as soon
you know,
as right at the end of your, where it drains onto the table, just put a shut off on it,
yep,
or you can
there you go.
barely open it.
Yep.
You know,
Okay. Yeah. A reducer. Yeah.
same thing with your drain. At your drain pipe, you'll put one on there too, so that way you can set how fast it drains. So that way you can figure it out, right? You could just open it up. Oh, I need a little bit more. You just open it up a little bit more.
That's awesome.
And
You
that's
just
all automated in a 2x4 tank.
little recirculator, a little 28 gallon tote with a lid on it, and drill a couple holes in the sides, and you got a lid on it, and shit, you'll be able to do 10, 15, 20 gallons, and you should be good for the whole week.
Then I could do, I could try cocoa.
There you go. Yes. Like a nutrient flood table, I think is what you were trying to say, Stoughton.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
film, but yeah. I'm moving to reduce your space, but increasing your yield. You're um okay.
Well,
You're
what do
wanting
you? I mean, do
like
you want to increase your yield like throughout the whole year, or are you talking increase your yield like
per
each harvest?
per flip, because yeah. What cocoa is the way. Yeah, Dad's tent. One day I'll be there, but I just got to figure out how to be able to automate my watering, and then watch out. I'll get away from HP. I'm tired of fucking all the goddamn perlite. Fuck, perlite is everywhere. It's like sand when you go to the beach.
A perlite, yeah, and it floats. That's the bad thing about just throwing your old fucking soil out in the yard.
Yeah.
When there's a rainstorm, you fucking look out there and be like, "Holy shit! Look at all the perlite."
Yeah. Hopefully it dries out, and then it gets really windy the next day, huh?
Fuck. Blow it to the neighbors.
Lately, when they get too white on the top, I take the shop vac and I just vacuum all the fucking perlite up. And then I'll put fresh soil in there, so then it's soil and perlite just versus all perlite.
As long as you can keep a full canopy and fucking keep the table dark, which I can usually keep the table dark, I don't think it'd be a problem with having, solution on there for a little amount of time.
But just even if you were only like able to feed, let's say the first one, you put the water in there for a half hour, and then it would drain, right? So
Right.
then now you would wait an hour or whatever. You would just have to figure out like how much water they took up. So then you would break it up. So maybe instead of the half hour, maybe the next 3 ones might only be 15 or 20 minutes, or they might only be 10 minutes, right? Because you're giving them like little tiny shots throughout the day. And then right before kind of like lights go out, or hours before lights go out, you bring it back up, and you would get them so they would drink it down, and they would be like at that ideal before lights go back out. So you'd give them like 3 or 4 feedings, but they'd just be like micro feedings. That's what they're
Right.
preaching through
Right.
Athena.
Well, that's what you. Yeah. I'd be able to.
Yeah.
What do they call that? Fucking.
Have you watched any of the We Are the Growers with the Athena guy?
I'm pretty in with the Athena guys. Yeah, I got more nutrients coming. They're sending me a bunch of merch. They're sending me another handbook. Yeah, I talked to the Athena reps.
I'm not necessarily able to get on that Athena, that Athena train. They only offered me like 40% off or something like that. But you know what? I still like their content, and I like their how they're going about it. Now, my EC might not be the same, but I was looking at those 1-gallon pots, even though I was in HP. I was kind of like in a cocoa, and I started feeding and I used some of that knowledge that they had preached about waking them up with, let them go into an hour and a half, getting them wet, let them dry back, maybe give them another shot to make sure that they're there. I started listening to it. So I think that kind of helped those. Like I said, I was here for 3 weeks straight, so I was a lot of fucking waterings I did in that time.
I mean, if you can follow their irrigation strategies, I think it would really work. But the problem is you've got to make sure you're able to automate. I mean, you can't do it just guessing on your own. It just doesn't work out.
Yeah. Especially when different pots, are going to take up waters. I would notice that where certain pots would be super wet still after the next day. So they would only get 1 shot on the top. They wouldn't get a butt chug but they might get a fresh watering just to push what is at the bottom kind of outer to see if I could. It might be an overwatering situation, but it seemed to work, what I was doing and learning with those 1-gallon pots this time.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I was doing those 1/4-gallon pots, and I'm pretty sure I was underwatering. But I know we say underwatering is not a thing, but I was only watering those things every 3 days.
Oh. Dude, there was to a point where I couldn't. If I would have waited every 3 days, they would have been dried up and dead. They would have been super wilted.
These things wouldn't. But that's again, that was under a 250 watt light.
Right. Yeah.
I have a bigger light in there this run, so we'll see.
Right.
I made me a light. What kind of? I had a 720 that had a bar that was broke. So they sent me a whole new light and said if I can keep the light. So I took the one that had the broke bar, and I cut the frame down so it fits exactly a 2x4. It's a 400 now. It's a 480 watt bar light in a 2x4.
One second, Crop.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I seem to get the same fucking yield. I'm stuck at that 12 and a half to 13 ounces each. 2x4, which isn't bad. I don't give a fuck, but
um, I never actually weighed up the last harvest from D's. I know it was several. It might have been 5, or it was somewhere in there. Because I had several grow bags filled. But anyway, I that harvest I had 64 ounces. I mean, it that
yeah,
was
that's pretty good. That's
and that was out of a 4x8 tent. So
mhm. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's all scalable. I mean, once you learn to use the equipment, I mean,
I
I
just
think the
always
hardest thing
strive
for
to
me,
have more than 600 watts per 4x4, and even if they are LED. And that was just because, and maybe I was just following and I didn't really know exactly what he was meaning that's what Boss used to say: if you want this much yield out of this much space, you need this much light. So
right?
and they were HPSs, or they were T5s, or they were older technology, but it was always 600 for a pound and a half out of a 4x4, right?
Right.
You needed, so yeah.
I like to, man, I like to tell people to get a little bit bigger, and the only reason why is I think if you can get, like, say, a 4x4, if you can get a bar light that fits the whole 4x4, and say, like, I have a 720 watt in the
Yeah.
4x4, I never have to run it over 80%. So I never have to run the diodes in the driver at max.
Right.
You know what I mean? I never, so if you can get a little bit more, I always recommend that. I'd rather have more and not need it than have, not enough.
Well, the electric bill will tell you too. I mean, she
It
definitely
sure will.
she said something about it this time. But I was like, yeah, I was also running 600 watt T5 total in the back room. I was running that 400 watt bar, or the 4x4, but I think that was at 50. So I was 200 watts. And then
But was that
that's
was
the
that more or
MCM.
less than what you spent on weed? What you
Oh,
normally spent on weed before? And that's how I tell the
well,
wife. I just be like, "Whoa, it's still cheaper than buying weed."
well, let's just say it was. I think the second one was 700, and I want to say the first one was like 550. So that's what, 1,300 or so, for that whole, just in electricity. I'm pretty sure you
Right,
got a couple hundred more in dirt, nutrients, and that's not including time, and
right.
equipment and other stuff doesn't really count. But so 1,500. 1,800 maybe into that whole what's hanging right now isn't bad for an
No,
investment,
no.
you know.
You'll pay that for fucking a pound of really good shit. Like, well, I don't know where you're at. Maybe not. But
Right. Well, it depends on the market.
there's
So
not very much good shit around me. So if you find good shit, like, fuck, we're live. Never mind.
yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. I mean,
This
I don't think you're that far
it,
out. I think,
it's all THCA, right?
yep, it's THCA novelty.
It's all novelty.
It looks really good when you take a nice THCA bud and you put it in silicone and you make a little keychain.
It
Or you smoke it. I mean, what?
so me and family, we're going to get together. I think he's got a couple strains. We're going to test them all up, and we're going to go win this contest.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
I don't know. We'll see.
It's not that hard. You see what's around you. I mean,
well, yeah, I see what's on the Instagram and what usually wins.
most of the Grow Boss Army guys are pretty critical of themselves, so their weed's usually a lot better than what they think it is.
I get you. Well, I've had my stuff tested there before, and I've gotten like a 5th or a 6th, and I've gotten like a 12th, and those were out of like 28 to 30 people. So, but I've never placed in. I think I was 6th. I was just out of the top 5.
So I got a question for you. What's your thought on bar lights over quantum boards?
I like the bar lights for the space that they cover. I wish that my bar lights, actually, I wish the drivers came off. I wish that the ones that I did also purchase, that they had a bloom button so you could give more red light. The quantum boards, that was basically my very first light that I bought with the AC Infinity 4x4 complete kit, was the S44 or the I44 or whatever it is, that quantum board. It burnt out last summer, but AC Infinity replaced it within like a week with no problem. I just walked into the tent one day and I smelled like, what's that burnt fucking smell? And I looked in there and it won't light up, and they sent me a new one. The Medic Grow lights, I'm more of a budget person. I don't think that you need to spend $700 for a bar light a piece, unless that's your style and you want, a grandmaster level fucking light or whatever. But I think you get what you pay for. And just like I said, I want like a bloom, or I wanted to be able, you got to pay for those features. So the budget ones that I have the Fold 8s, the original version, and then I have the Starlinks, which I think now the Starlinks are now the new Fold 8s, but they took out the Bluetooth module out of them, so they're no longer the Starlink, but they're quad fold. Those are fucking great budget lights. You can get it for $288, and they're 800 watts right now.
Wow.
Yeah. So they might have a different lights in them right now, but Medic Grows, I think, for their budget lights, I think they're hands down, they're just as good as a Spider Farmer or something else.
Well, in my opinion, if you got the spread, if you're covering your full area, because what I found with my quantum boards is they lose, the PPFD drops off so quick at the edge. So if your quantum board doesn't fit the whole tent or the whole space, everything past where the light drops off, you start dropping yield pretty quick.
Oh, I agree with you there, even on the bar lights. That's why when Mike D walked in and said, "Hey, bro, those lights are on sale. Buy one, get one free. You can get them for $225 or what? I forget what we even paid for them." I went over there and I bought one and got one for free because I didn't have enough. It would dropped off. So I only had a 4x8 space in an 8x8 room.
Right.
I brought the light that I brought from my 4x8 and I put it in a 8x12 room, and what was that going to do? It just made a 4x8 space in that big room. It did me no good, you know.
Right. It just, that's what I noticed in the buds are always really nice, fucking big, plump, right under the light. And then they just start dropping off at the end. And that's why I was like, fuck. That's why I wanted a bar light. I want to get full coverage.
Don't you have some of those green ones?
I had the big green 720. It's in the 4x4, and that's what I keep. I keep it at 25% with the moms. And then I had another one that had the broken bar. So I took and I cut the frame down to of that and made it a 4-light bar light that fits in the 2x4.
Oh, okay.
I called the guy. I messaged the guy, the manufacturer guy, and asked him if I could do that. And he said, yeah, you just don't run it over 75 watts or 75 on dial.
Oh, okay.
Like, I won't need to, because each bar is like 125 watts or something.
Yeah,
So I won't ever need to go that high. Not a 2x4, but it fits. I was able to cut it. It fits. It's 2x4. It fits in there tight, nice. So the spread, and then of course, with the bar light, it seems like you can get it a lot closer to the plant.
Yeah, you can squat it right down, like what, 18, 20 inches.
Right.
Where
as soon as you start dropping a quantum board, you start losing the coverage even more on the ends.
It's like a flashlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Wherever.
Find that happy medium where you get the right spread, and then you adjust the power on it.
Right. I got this next round of sea of green I got going. I stripped the bottoms a lot. I left just the tops. The top. I don't like getting all that sucker island out on the bottom shooting up. It's nice. It fills in the space, but
seems to be the best.
I want just the fucking 1/4 ounce buds. I like the 1/4 ounce.
So angled, meaning that they shoot in so it's just not flat. They got some yaw or some pitch on them, a couple degrees, or you can actually rotate them to make them whatever you want. But
I could see that if, say, you didn't have your tent full or your space full. You could angle them in and to get the light to go in towards the canopy.
yeah.
But if you got a flat canopy that's wall to wall and you got a light that's wall to wall, I don't see the point of having an angle.
It's flat, but the angle is pointed out. What's up, Grotto? I bet. Or what was that? What could you do back in the day in that fucking chat room? Couldn't you rob somebody and then you could do something else? You would type in I don't know. That was way back when. Dude, I think that you're the Grotto. I think you're the one that told me about All Them Witches, and that band rocks, bro. I swear that was you that told me about that band over at Flav's channel one morning. Yeah.
A fucking roach in the bong. Ugh.
We used to just put the whole joint right in the stem, and then you would just smoke the joint out of the bong.
Yep, you just smoke it all the way down.
It'd just be like a power hitter. Have you ever taken a mustard bottle and put the joint inside there and then you squeeze it, and then the ashes stay inside the mustard bottle.
You just squeeze it in your mouth. They made those little fucking. They made something like that.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. The something buddy, the puff buddy or something. Fucking. It's
Now,
starting to warm up. It's been really
you know,
humid outside here.
yeah, it's I don't know. As long as it is not, I mean, it's probably because it's been rainy, but I like it that it's kind of humid and not really dry right now because then I'm not, it's just not drying out very, very fast. So I got like
Yeah.
ideal, it's 65, 70 degrees outside with 65, 70% humidity. So,
Yeah.
it's like cool at night. It's like 52 to 55 degrees at night. So I'm able to cool
Let it
down the basement pretty good.
eat up all that fucking chlorophyll. Let it get rid of all that shit now while it's dry.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, like a shotgun. Yeah, a power hitter. Yeah, power puffer.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. A ashless toker or something like that. They were also called, I think, at one time because the ashes would go inside the bottle. Yeah, I think I've told you guys that, but I still have the a graphics bong that I bought when I was like, what, 20, 19 or 20 years old. It might have been somebody else had to buy it because I probably couldn't buy it then, but I still have that fucker. I don't smoke out of it. I can't handle that fucker no more. It's like a 3-foot graphics bong.
Oh yeah, I can't clear something like that.
Mm-mm. I'd be choking. Fuck, I can barely use that seahorse when I've got wax or concentrates, you know?
Yeah, I don't smoke much dabs because shit kills me.
The biggest reason why I really like smoking dabs is if it's really terpy. If it's live resin, I don't care about THC. It could be what, 80, 90, or it could be 60. But if it has high terps and you can taste the weed, yeah, I want to smoke it off of there.
Yeah, because most weed's gonna get you high. So
Yeah.
I mean, I want it to taste good too. Like,
Caesar Lighting 640. Here is a review of a
oh,
smoke
that's micro, right?
by okay. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully I'll get or I've gotten my AC problem fixed soon. And either that or I don't know just how much CO2 I'll be running and watch. Maybe that might even be a part of my is that I do run CO2. Um, because with the having to pump the dehumidifier out of the room, I went through a bottle a week. So the last 3 weeks, I went through 3 bottles of CO2, where usually it's like 2 weeks per bottle. So yeah, it was kind of expensive. I used to get almost like 3 to 6 bottles would get me a whole run, and I think this one, 6, 7, 8. I had 8, so I used a bottle up a week.
Yeah, that's kind of sucks. So your humidity gets high, so you have to pump the humidity out, but at the same time, the CO2 gets pumped out.
No, well, the dehumidifier runs so much that it
Oh, right.
raises the heat in the room by like 6 to 8 degrees, and now the AC couldn't overcome it because of the outside fan wasn't pumping enough air through the coil. But
Right, I
now
got
that
you.
I have a different fan motor on the coil, now it should ramp up and be able to disperse that heat better. And yeah, so now I
Yeah, for sure.
might not have to run the AC or pump it out.
Well, and if your AC though is kicking better, AC works also as a dehumidifier, right?
It
So,
does.
so
Uh,
that'll help maybe a little bit on the dehumidifier from kicking on, maybe. Hopefully.
mm-hmm. It just wasn't able to just take that much heat out of the air
Right.
with the lights on. I use CO2
It's
like
too bad those things didn't have like a
you
deal on the back of them that you could put a hose. You know
Okay.
what I mean? That'd be cool if you could. Those dehumidifiers had a deal where you can attach a hose to the back and run it out the fucking wall. You know, like so
They
the heat was pumped out somewhere else.
Some of them do.
Oh, do
Um,
they?
some of the basement, there's one from Vivor, there's one from Moistwell. There's a couple more, but there's depending on how much you're willing to spend and
Yeah, that's the
how big of a unit that you're willing to get. Most of those quests, most of the smaller quest units start out at 110 liters or pints, whatever it's measured in.
right.
Um, most of those Vivors and stuff like that, they start out at like 90 and they go up to like 165. Um, but yeah, some of those moist wells, for the price for $400 to $500, you can get a really nice dehumidifier. It's kind of like a Quest knockoff. Um, there's also a Santa Fe. Now Santa Fe's are like really expensive though, and I've seen a couple of those where you can get moderately cheap, but depends on how big of a unit that you want it to pull out.
Right, right. Wow, fuck, that's expensive though. I mean,
A
even
Santa Fe could be like
$500.
$1,200 to $1,400. Same with like a Quest, but you're also talking about something that can operate at 80. It's more efficient to run it when it's 80% humidity,
Right,
or it won't like overcome itself trying to struggle to get that much water out. And two, I do believe that when you also have to pay attention, depending on what, like when you're trying to dry it, when it's like 20 to 50%, and if you're trying to bring it down any more than that, then you won't get as much performance because it takes more for it to bring it down.
right. Because you got to be efficient too, or otherwise your fucking power bill goes up too.
Yeah.
You're chasing one after the other.
Especially then, now what? You start putting like a CO2 burner in your room, so now it causes heat. So now you're having to cool that heat and the dehu. It's like, yeah, that's why you need a 3-ton fucking AC unit in a room.
Well, and that's fucking propane, right? So that puts off moisture in the air. So
Yeah.
now then you're chasing that moisture and heat.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
And I think that like Big Carl with the K there, I think he even has a CO2 generator or burners in there. I'm almost positive, but yeah, I mean, you just got to overcome all that with more cooling, more dehumidifier and shit. Hey, my coffee is definitely done. I went and started the pot. Let me go grab this cup of coffee.
Yeah, go get.
My mouth is getting dry.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Cobra. He's with the humidity, but the same thing. When he tries to exhaust the humidity, he loses all the CO2, so he can't keep the room sealed that way. Yeah, I don't think it's that cheap. I mean, it would make sense for me. Yeah, that's cheap. Like that price, you get two at a time. Oh shit, 60? Yeah, that'd be hard to, depending on how much you use it. I don't know, it'd be hard to justify. 28 for 20. Actually, you know what? I think I am gonna make some coffee. Fuck. Damn it, Bills.
Good shit.
Coffee's good. I didn't drink my half a cup today.
Yep. Wifey's home from her first round, and then she'll leave here pretty soon, and she'll go back to work till about 4 o'clock.
I hated split shifts.
What's up, Chef Life? Yeah, well, it's driving around, so
Oh, it's not too bad.
mm-mm. Yeah, she drives the same route twice, you know. Yeah, they trade in at the grocery store too. What? Where do you get it? I paid 28 for 20 pounds. Oh, for CO2? Yeah, I paid 25 for a refill, and you have to own your cylinders and you trade them in. I've tried going to the local welding place, the Argas. They want 45 fucking dollars a refill. I'm like, what? Maybe I could go if I get 3 of them. I don't know if 3 is the same, but yeah, they wanted $45.
That's crazy. I mean, I don't know. For that price, dude, you gotta start wondering, is it worth the yield? Are you getting back the return? Like, holy shit. Probably is, but
I ended up with 3 tanks. Um, I started watching Facebook, and when they would come up, and then I would like lowball the guy, and when he finally couldn't sell the fucking tank for 125, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'll give it to you for 100," and I'd be like, "Okay," and I'd go buy him, or $80 or $100. The very first guy I ever bought a CO2 system from says, "I'm just going to keep it. I'm going to go keep it simple, stupid." He's like, "I keep on killing my plants. I don't know what the fuck's going on." So he sold me the tank, the mixing valve, or the what is that? The regulator. Well, what I figured out is that every time that the fucking regulator would kick on and off, it would change the flow of the fucking ball valve. So if you had it set at 2, by the second or third cycle that it would kick on, because I had it on a timer. I just had it so it would come on so many minutes, so many, like 15 minutes for every hour or something like that, right? But
Yeah.
every time it kicked on, it fucking went from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. And so by the end of the day, you would go in there and it'd be like 1,800 fucking, you just
Start
be,
suffocating the plant.
yep. Yeah. There was just too much CO2, and it was due to the regulator. So I had to buy a new regulator, and then I didn't have that problem. But then I bought that autopilot system for, I don't know, 60 or $80, and that thing was the best thing I ever bought.
Well, that probably sounds really good. Yeah, pouring coffee.
Yeah, a 50-pounder. There you go. Those would
That'd
be,
be heavy.
yeah. But if you got a little hand truck or something, but yeah, carrying them downstairs, fuck yeah.
Well, I'm thinking we could throw it in the back of a truck, or yeah, I mean, like,
Yep. I don't know. Some people used to say that you could even go to like a sporting goods place, and they might fill up your 20s because you could be into paintballs, and then you fill up your like individual like little mortar bombs or whatever your paintball little tanks carry, like what, 2 to 4 or 5 pounds worth of CO2. So you go buy a couple 20s and you refill everything. But yeah.
what up, Jones? What up, brother?
What's up? But at first, when I was in that tent and I didn't have a AC, I was running both those Medic Grow lights. I put all of it together because I was running 86 in flower. So to me, having CO2, so I didn't fucking heat stress them too bad. I needed CO2, and it worked out. So I already had the equipment when I built the room. And just think, I might not have been calibrated. I could have been 88 degrees.
Yeah, but come on, we go off VPD, right? So that means the leaf temperature probably was actually only sitting at about 82.
Yeah, 2 to 3, depending on how high the lights are. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
You're
I mean, I don't know. You could probably get all that shit dialed in. I'm not saying that VPD isn't a good thing.
I'm
just saying, do you have to dial it in to grow a lot of weed?
No.
Can you do it? And when you get really good as a really good grower, and you're trying to dial in those last few things, is that one of the things you should do? Sure, absolutely. You know, because I mean, again, we're trying to mimic outdoors the best of the best and take away all the negatives of outdoors. I mean,
Well,
so
it couldn't also your either temperature or your humidity, couldn't that influence your first 3 weeks of flower, and you might get a tall stretch because
sure,
your humidity was too high, or there was too much variation between your daytime and your nighttime temps. So it allowed,
absolutely,
you know. Um,
absolutely.
so I don't know which way actually works, too high humidity, too low, too high of heat, too low of heat, what it affects, but I know it would have something to do with all of that. There has to be white papers out there somewhere.
Well, and I mean, if you look at the VPD charts as well, I mean, some of those numbers in flower, I would probably never do. Like I wouldn't want my humidity as high. I mean, maybe it's okay, but I don't.
Cobra, I agree. And it's really just something where you're like, okay, well, if I want to hold this temperature at, and I want to be at a 1.2, okay, well, now I know where to set all my gauges at. Well, okay, I want to be at around 62 to 58 to 64% humidity if my average temperature is going to be 74 to 78 degrees. So now I just have that window of where I need to go. But do I try to strive for the perfect and get it? No, but I get it within a
You get
range.
it. You get it in the range exactly, and then you stay consistent.
Yep.
It's just like drying in that. I mean, of course, I don't want to dry at 80 degrees or something like that, but I mean, you get it as low as possible. You get it the best you can, and you stay consistent.
I was close to drying in my grow room and turning on the AC
Right.
like super cold. But then my dad's like looking at the veg tent. I'm looking at the veg tent, and we both he's like, look at those.
You ain't got time. You ain't got time for that.
He was
I
yeah.
was already thinking that you were past the time to make decisions point.
Well, like I said, I was what my decision was is to do a too tall, too lean scrog, or throw them underneath the net and then give them another week to turn up everything and then flip them. So instead of having 6 node spacings, now I'm forcing everything to come up through the net because they were too tall. So we'll see. It's like a complete different. Usually, sometimes with a net too, I just put a coal in every hole. But this one's got side branches that go fucking 16 trellis holes wide because they're 3x3s. So it's what 2 foot 2 foot branches that are underneath the net.
For me, my biggest thing now, honestly, has been timing. I mean, timing everything just perfect, like with growing the plants, like if you don't time it just right and you go too long, it's like, fuck, I should have went a little bit earlier, or I should have went a little bit longer. Just like having plants coming up behind other plants. It's like, oh God, you're like, these ones are ready, but these ones aren't ready. And you're like, shit, I didn't time it out just right. It's like, fuck, that timing things.
I guess in a sense that's what I did. I looked at the plants that were coming out of the veg tit and I went, okay, I vegged them too long. There's different sized plants. They're all going to go underneath the same common light. I need to make them the same size. How do I do that? You got to raise some and you got to smash others. So that was the decision,
I'm brutal. I'll go in. If I need to make a plant the same size, I'll cut one. I'll cut a bitch.
Oh, see, I had 4 that were on they were 20 days There's
Oh yeah, you can't do that.
there's
Yeah, you can't do
there's
that.
20 days less on it, so
Yeah, you can't
there's
do
a whole
that.
nother set of I brought up some Bubba Savage, and I was like, I have 4 of them in there, and they were from the second batch of clones. So, yeah.
I did that this run. I'm not gonna lie, this for I had so many plants in there. Oh, I had 10. Then I had some really nice clones that were ready to fucking get out of the turbo cloner. So I was like, I don't need to do nothing else with them. Fuck it, I'm just gonna transplant them. I'm gonna squeeze them in the 2x4 tent, and they're a little bit shorter, but fuck it, run it.
Right? Yeah, I mean, I'm
So
down
this
to
one I'm doing 14 1-gallons this time in it with 480 watt light.
I better check those real quick. Let me take off my headphones so I can hear you. See if I got volume. Yeah, I hear you. I better check these this clone, this tray. Let me
Yeah.
turn this off. I'll show you. Ooh.
Check your clones.
Yeah, they're not clones. They're well, they are clones, but you'll see what I mean. So here's the mother tray.
Oh shit.
Yeah, this is like one clone of like everything, a lot of the genetics that I have. So they're just in these little cups. Like this is the snowplow with the wrench. That one's a roadkill. That one's in a little bit bigger of a pot, but then I got a couple other. But these will need to be go eventually. But those are my mother's stock right now that I have. So
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, if people are like, "Oh my god, look at that," and they're like, "Yeah, but they're just moms. They're donor plants. These things will get cut up and made into other clones, and then you keep one clone for another mother, and the other clones get fucking."
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they're all healthy. They're a little dry, but nothing's wilting. They're like trying to get in my mouth right now. It's like a cat
Yeah.
trying to like rub its tail in your face.
Yeah. They're rubbing their ass in your face.
Yep, turn around. But yeah, I hadn't looked at them today yet. They're over on the other side, which I don't open that often.
So with that tray right there, do you just put water in the bottom of the tray?
Lately I've just been filling them up, but I guess I could actually just fill up the tray and let them drink what they want. Give them so long.
Yeah. How many do you have in there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of them in this.
So just about a gallon of water should do them all.
Yeah. That one is in a little bit bigger of a pot. Which one? That roadkill. I found it different. They're a little bit. Ooh. I'll show you the difference. I'll come back over here. So those are those bigger cups that I was calling like a gallon, and these are like half a gallon.
Right.
So
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I see a lot of clones.
Oh.
But I did the same thing, and I got to where like I was just overwhelmed because.
Oh, yeah.
Then you take.
Yep.
So
you're right.
get 7, 8 clones off each one, and then you keep one, and then pretty soon you got 7 of each one still of each one, and you're like, oh fuck, I got a lot of fucking shit here. What am I gonna do? And sometimes if you're not careful and you end up with too much going on, you'll end up neglecting some because, oh man, those are big buds too. Fuck it, what are you gonna do? You want to keep it growing,
bro. So that's what we're trying to re-veg. right there. If I get a good clone or 2 good clones out of this, ta-da.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do?
She needs some water, though, I think.
Yeah, she looks a little dry. You're whipping her around pretty good.
Like, I could have flowered this one, but I saved it. This is one of Dee's pink lemonades. So this was about the best cultivar that I had from him, I thought. I think this was pink lemonade number 2. So I kept her.
That's time to make decisions, though. You guys take some clones, but you're gonna run out of space again.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's a problem. It really is. And this one actually needs water. They're just getting droopy.
It definitely becomes a problem.
Yeah. Well, they got so big, I had to give my dad. He just came, and I gave him 2 different mothers and said, "Here, you can have these. You got to flower them out, bro, and you got to take them." He's like, "Okay, I will," with no qualms.
Yeah, I usually call my buddy up. He's got a couple rooms. I'm like, ready for more plants? Like I said, and then like I say, I'll get 30% of the harvest.
Yes, re-veg. I said it.
You know, there's a time and a place for it. I mean, unfortunately, you put yourself in the place for it.
I didn't keep a cut. I killed the mom. I didn't know if it was going to be all that in a bag of chips until I grew it out, and then I was like, "Fuck!" And I could go get another cut of that plant. I would just have to literally drive to KC to go get it, and I'm not willing to drive to KC and go get spider mites again, because that's what got me spider mites last time. I don't think he has spider mites, but that's who gave them to me. Thanks a lot. Sarcasm. I wish I would have kept the blueberry muffins. I bet you that would have been really good. I had to get rid of that. That one was like totally infested. The roadkill, I might kill off that. That's decent weed, but I think I might get rid of that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really not liking the way this fucking strawberry comp grows.
Is it? I wonder if it's like my strawberry cheesecake. It was really tall and stretchy, and it would grow out one like 4-inch flopper and put out popcorns after that.
Well, I haven't flowered it yet. I'm getting ready to throw some in flower, but it's real hungry all the time. It's kind of gangly, but it's sativa. It's gonna flower longer. I just don't like the way it does not like the turbo cloner.
Oh.
Unless it has a lot of humidity.
Will you take me down off a big screen so my forehead doesn't look so big up here?
Yeah.
See, now it's smaller.
Yeah, I got 1 out of 12 to root in the turbo cloner, while everything else fucking rooted just fine. I had 3 other strains in there, and they all rooted just fine. And that was the second time in a row in the turbo cloner. They did not like it without a humidity dome, because I do them in the Rockwell under the dome, and they're fine.
Have you taken out your spigots and cleaned them with a toothpick? Maybe that spigot you keep on. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to doubt you.
No. That's a good checklist. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes we got to checklist each other, because
you can get that the littlest
Yep.
tiny piece of root in there, and then it won't spray or it won't give it the right pressure, and it
I've
only
had
spray out like one side, and it will be
I've
missing
found
like
hair. I've pulled hair out of them before.
hair.
Yeah, like hair got sucked in.
Okay. See, I call it that like angel hair, like root. Like, yeah, exactly. It's like super fine root, and it gets like the root, once the root tip is searching for that water and it finds it and it sticks its finger in the hole.
Yeah, but they will clog up. Yeah, but I don't know. The strawberry cough it likes the humidity. What it's called.
And now, is that the true strawberry cough, or is that a rendition of what?
No, that came from Creative.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. Yeah, I think he even said that a couple of those were like not necessarily his style of grows or not his style of plant, but he wanted to kind of keep them around.
Yeah, I'll probably keep it around. I have a couple mothers of it. Man, you got to feed it a lot. She'll go green. She'll go real light green on you real quick.
That's how the skunk was with me, and then I started picking up the CalMag and from the Spartan skunk from Welcome to Grow Tent. I'm hoping to be able to smoke that in the next week or so and taste it and see, and then start tasting it and see what the dominant flavor I get out of it. I need to start tasting some of these weeds so I can know to kill the mom or not.
Oh yeah. As soon as you can, you gotta taste that shit and get rid of shit.
Correct, and that's where I can start weeding out the closet behind me. What's up, Frosty? How are you, bud? It's been a long time. Couple winters since I hung out with you. Frosty on the hustle. Got a real job, huh? That's what I heard, at least. How's Sheena doing? Punk rock girl. Hopefully you both are all doing well. That's cool, Frosty.
Look, I'm probably gonna. There's a whole tray of clones right there. I'm probably gonna throw away.
Yeah.
I just get too much. I mean, I gotta transplant these. They're still in freaking solo cups.
Yeah, heard. Yeah, here, bro. Glad to hear, man.
Let's see that strawberry coffee. It grows more sativa heat, I think, is what it is. I just
Yeah, that's kind of like what LED was talking about, growing a 14-week strain or a 12 to 14-week strain. I mean, wow, if that's what I guess maybe there's certain terpenes and flavors that you can't get unless you are growing like a sativa dominant. But man, that's like 1 to 2 grows difference in a year if you were on a perpetual from a 9-week to a 10-week strain from a 12 to 14-week strain.
I mean, and I'm not saying if you didn't have a table just for it, or you had a tent just for that alongside your normal stuff, then
Yeah. Well, I mean, certain home growers eventually, if they could get multiple smaller tents, they could get to perpetual. But certain people, you start out with one tent and then you get bigger ambitions and you might get another one and then you get one more, or you build a room, or you do, you get another light and you put it in a closet. And so you just, next thing you know, you're sleeping in the bathtub, right? Right, Luke? But I don't know. It's fun to keep on to get a perpetual going. That's for sure. If I had to veg and flower out in the same space, I don't know. I'm glad I've got multiple spaces. I guess I'm very thankful. Would you pull levels on me and you like go eat and take a nap?
No, I'm trying to get my fucking dog to come inside.
Oh,
Come on,
get
come
you.
on, come on, come on, come on. Let's get your cookies. Come on, fucker.
What else here? Was the weed that good? Yes, I really thought that's why I wanted to re-veg. I like orange flavors, and it's like a tang, and it was one of the best yielders, the biggest buds.
You'd
If I
like the super buff cherries then,
oh,
because this has got
they're
it's like a tangerine grapefruit.
they're fucking they're like cousins, I swear.
They are. It's I'm trying to remember what the other. It's super boof and blockberry, I think. Or no. It's super boof is blockberry. It's super boof crossed with trop cherries.
Right. So he took
So
that
yeah, I mean,
super boof and then he put he found a red and he put red in and he turned it into it.
Yeah, that tropical cherries.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it that bag appeal, is that it's not green.
Right. And you can, like, my buddies came out real purple. So if you were to take that and put it in a real cold, because he hung it or he grew it and then cranked it, like you said, cranked the AC up.
Yeah.
It darkened it up.
You can see the difference because I kind of dropped the temperature by like 5 to 6 degrees in the last week. And, it got pretty cold in there. And then I quit heating overnight. I let the temperatures even drop even further during the night. But because I used to keep it at like 71 at night in there and then keep it 78 during the day. So it's like 6 to 7 degrees swing for the grow. But for that last week or two, yeah, it was getting pretty cold in there. But I think you can see in some of them they're more purpley than others.
Mm-hmm. It works, especially if it's in the genetics,
Just even that stress, I think it brings it out, being able to dump that much cold weather on it.
Yeah.
Mr. Nice Silver Widow. Can't stop chasing it, huh? Yeah. And the worst part is that I gave cuts of that super boof. I gave it away.
Well, who'd you give it to? Can't you, or don't say the name, but I mean, can't you get it back?
No, they've already flowered it.
Oh.
They didn't keep it. But they were like, do you have more cuts? And I'm like, no, I killed the mom. I was like,
you were supposed to take it.
Yeah. Why didn't you take a cut and keep it out? Well, then another guy, he did other stuff that I've given him. He took cuts of all of that and then kept it around the second time I gave him cuts. He was like, okay, I see what you got. At first he just flowered them out and didn't think anything about it. But now he's asking me for other ones back.
Yeah, I bet.
Like the ego death. He's like, do you have a mother of ego death? And I'm like, I don't know.
So you tell him, you say, I'll give you a clone, but I need 2 clones back.
Yeah. Yeah, before you know it, half of my friends around here are going to be growing my fucking mother stock
Right.
instead
Well, yeah, and then
of
so
what they're pulling out of, because I don't know where they're buying seeds or what they're,
the
like
problem with that is you're going to oversaturate your market with that bud.
yeah,
Oh yeah, Billy and Johnny down the street, they got that same stuff.
yeah. I just need to give them my B's instead of my A's.
Oh yeah, nobody gets A's.
Yeah, exactly. Small tubes. I mean, why not? Why not pass it out amongst yourselves?
Oh yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, and the dude that I did give all those cuts to, he came over and he's seen the Sea of Green or the Hill of Green, and he went
The
home
hill of green. I
and
like that.
he
The
went
hill of
home.
green.
Well, you just put your name in front of it. Fuck giving the
Yeah,
acronym,
they killed
Anyway,
that, didn't they?
yeah. So, but yeah, he went home and he turned his 2x4 on its side. So it's 4 foot long and 2 foot tall. And like like cloned them and flipped them and filled up that whole thing pot to pot to pot. And he was like, dude, that was a great idea. I'm like, I didn't invent it. He just seen it practical. He
Yeah,
was like, okay, I'll do it, So
yeah. It's just a quick flip. You don't have to deal with fucking veg plants. I mean, oh yeah.
smaller tent, smaller room. He was very impressed with what he got out of it, out of a 2x4 on its side.
Yeah, that's amazing because I couldn't put it on the side. I get too big. I get too big of plants with a 7-day 18.6.
Yeah, so it was 4 foot tall, 2 foot deep, and it's like 80 inches long.
Yeah,
It's like on a shelf or something. It's or
that's
like a
cool
shelf.
though. If he can make that work, hell, yeah. Quick
Yep.
flip, fucking. And the thing is anybody could do that. Anybody's got a closet almost that size, like such an easy thing to do. I mean, I always suggest, even if you can't get a table or something, put a tray in there. Put a tray, that way a full size tray, you can flood the tray. I mean,
Yeah,
there's those times that you're lazy,
D buys the pots that have a tray with them, and let's say he buys a 6-inch pot. Well, it comes with a 6-inch tray. Well, if I put a 6-inch pot, I have an 8-inch. If I have an 8-inch pot, I usually have the next size tray up, so it's not so tight. I can still get the
Yeah.
watering wand all the way in there, and
Yeah.
I can get a pretty good amount of water in that tray too if I needed to for those 1 gallons. I used
Absolutely.
to
I
run
always,
a small tubes of green, 24 plant count, 2x3 area for years. Whatever the space, make it works. 0 veg. Yeah, right. Yep. Boom.
yeah, you just fucking go for it. I mean,
Yep. 30 inches tall, fucking all nugs.
Yeah.
I veg.
And if you get that down, think of this. If you get that down good like that, you can start stacking.
You could have them in shelving units.
Yes, you start stacking them.
So you could
Yep.
have 2 shelving units stacked on top of one another, or a three tier. I've seen them where they have, they're 36-inch, and then
Yep.
so it's what 369. It's like a 9-foot tall. You'd have to have tall ceilings, but in the right basement, you could have a 9-foot tall shelving unit, and then 3 fucking grows going simultaneously like that.
Yep. Yep. And in my opinion, with facilities, that will be the future. You watch. That'll be the future. Everybody's going to start coming around and doing shorter veg time because you can do so much more so fast. Like for a facility, it's a no-brainer because there's no plant count. Like all you got to do is make sure you got clones that fucking fill the hole, when these ones are done. And you just rinse and repeat. There's really no thought in it. I mean, there's no training, no, less soil.
Wouldn't
easier to harvest. I mean, I bet you plucked a few leaves off the thing, you cut it, and you hung it upside. I mean, the whole plant and it's done. Like
what Boss always said was veg time is plant count.
Well, you did it. You did it now. Your last one, you did it. Now you really see what he was talking about in the catfish video, right?
Okay. I'm just meaning like if you can only have 5 plants and that's the maximum you can have, well, then you might need a 2-month veg.
Absolutely.
If you can only handle 1 plant, you might need to veg that plant for 90 to 120 days.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely.
What are your expectations? I
totally agree.
And I pushed it and had a great experiment, and I thought that was awesome to fill up that cloner and to actually accomplish that. I mean, it was a big thing. It was kind of scary at first, and I just overcome it. And I had a lot of.
What's amazing though, I think you did a great job. You got over that first hump, and that's the problem that people have. And I did the same thing when I first did it. I was like, oh my God, like what the fuck? These things are whatever. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then the amount of growth and the amount of time, I was just like, oh my God, I can't not do this. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
It was like,
yeah, but then also too, at first I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have little tiny buds, and I was like, I don't know if they're gonna finish, and I think that there's a problem here, and then I just kept on working on it and getting it right, trying to make them as happy as I could. So
yeah, you just keep them happy and they do their thing, and that's the thing. It was amazing to me after the first round that I did after 7 days, from what they went in there looking like to what they were, and I was like, oh my God. I understand what the boss is talking about. Holy fuck. Why isn't you just feel the chant and foot like what the? Yeah, I was like, wow. Because once you can take really good clones, you've always got fucking clones to do something with. You might as well flip them.
I took all those skunk clones and I had topped those. And then I took the clones. So each clone I had was a double, so basically you had two main stems coming out of a sea of green. And so in a sense I got 6 plants out of 3 containers.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I've thrown away so many plants now just because, like, fuck, I don't have.
Or you start looking at them and you're like, man, the shape isn't right to do what I want it to,
Yeah, because it's like, and not everyone, because you want to okay, I'm going to throw this one away, but fuck, look, I could take about 4 clones off it first. And then you do that, and then pretty soon you're back in the same situation, but it's multiplied by 4 because you just took one plant that you needed to throw away and added 4.
Yeah. Yep.
So you compounded your problem.
Well,
Not
that's
even.
okay. So my dad took those 2 moms, and out of those 2 moms, there's 9 clones down in the cloner. Well, now once they all take roots, I either got to kill the other 7 and only have 2 plants, or I don't trust myself, and then I'll plant like 2 or 3 of each, so that I know that they're going to survive, and then I'll have to kill them later. You know.
You know what I just realized? I don't think you hear any kind of talk like this on any other shows.
We're plant hogs. We're hoarders. I mean, we have a problem. You know. I mean,
But doing it this way, honestly, I'd rather throw a few away, but
Yeah.
always have the strains around that I want. Like I
Definitely.
always got a few extra. Like I like that because if I want to, if I put a bunch of plants in the 2x4 and I'm like, you know what, I think I can squeeze a couple more. I got more over there. I can go over to the tray and be like, you'll work, you'll do, and or if you got one that just doesn't make the cut after the first week or so, pull it out, throw a new one in. I mean,
Well, that happened to me. That's why I have 16 seedlings downstairs too, is because the very first time with the skunk and a couple other seeds I tried popping, East Coast sour diesel, the other sour diesel, I ended up killing a bunch of seeds, right? So then I went out and got a seed mat, and I changed how I fucking put in the seeds in the soil and started over. And then guess what? Now I had 16 out of 16 fucking pop up. I'm like, fuck, now I got too much.
right. You're like, shit, no. Some of you weren't supposed to come up. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Frosty. There's certain places that don't do grow talk like this anymore.
It's just a dying thing, because honestly, it's kind of boring. We're talking about growing clones and throwing plants away and stuff. I mean, nothing to do with growing the plant at all, because
It's
there's nothing to talk about when it comes to actually growing the plant. I mean, people, if they want to have a show about, making their own soil, doing all that, fine. That's what you do. That's what you do. I don't care. For me, I got into the whole thing to grow my own medicine. I don't care about, there's a company out there that makes soil. Cool. I'll buy it. There's a company out there that makes nutrients. Cool. I'll buy it. Like I don't need to reuse it. I don't need to,
you.
It's that simple. I mean,
That's almost like with all those seedlings downstairs in the veg tent. I topped them, but I topped them later because of the way that they were growing. But then what I'm meaning is like now there's like 4 to 6 heads, and they're really tall and stretchy. But they're all going to be sacrificial plants. They're going to be chopped up. I'm not trying to make them into bushes. I'm not spending time into training. And
once you understand the assignment, you can look at a plant and know exactly. I look at that plant and I instantly knew donor plant. I knew exactly what was going on. I mean, because there's nothing else you can do with it. I mean,
right. It's okay. I'm going to get 4 to 6 out of 1. That's all that is. And now I can start over and start training as soon as I can. When it comes out of it. Yeah.
Now I can make the stem as long as I want. I can make the clone super short if I want. I can make it however, yeah. I mean, that's what I did with the lupos. They got kind of stretchy on me. So I just cut the top apicals, and now I have 2 clones of them. I mean, I just,
Yep.
Make it the way you want. I don't go off of that whole, if it's not the seed plant that you're getting clones off of, if it's not that mom, then it's going to be genetically drifted or da-da-da. And I'm like, no, you're genetically drifted because each time you're growing worse.
Because it wasn't healthy. right,
Right.
or you
It's,
got a
you have the
virus
problem
or
with it.
something.
Stop blaming the genetics, or stop blaming the. How is there a drift if it's same exact? I
What's
mean,
up,
like,
little Chewy Stewie? Yeah,
if
exactly.
everything's exactly the same, how is it drifting at all? It doesn't. Genes don't just float away. Like, oh, they don't just get. I mean, I don't know.
I
You got to start with strong plants to begin with, though, I guess.
I think it's actually like been bunked, like that you don't lose it, and you can take a clone from a clone, and it's still the same plant. It's how else can you get like tissue culture? And then now they even take a smaller one and they take a smaller cell and they make 100 plants, you know?
Right.
It, so now
But I
that's
mean, people can believe what they want.
yeah, and now that's even another way of the future, and it's going to be taught to more people, and then that's how you're going to be able to save genetics and literally keep a genetic in a jar, and it's going to take you like a year to get it back, but you still have it, you know?
Yeah, it'd be nice if I would love to get into tissue culture, but it's kind of a thing, you got to have. I mean, in my opinion, to do it right, you need a nice, good area to be able to. You can keep more sterile than
Yeah,
and you get your little hood. You spend the money, you got to get your hood vent and stuff. You got to get your and do it right.
autoclave and everything else. Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, someday I'll do that, but not right now. I mean,
I'm just saying
but I
that
mean,
in the future it's going to be probably more feasible and more economical, and more people are going to know how to do it. So
all trains are gonna get stolen now. If they reschedule it to Schedule 3, and pharmaceutical companies can start fucking with shit, they're gonna start. They'll start tissue culturing and fucking patenting their strains and fucking whatever else they want to do.
oh yeah, and that's the scary thing, is if you can patent a strain, you shouldn't be able to patent a tomato. You can call it the big girl or a beefsteak, but Pat's and I don't know, Uncle John seeds. If it's a beefsteak, it's a beefsteak. It just happens to
Right.
come from a different seed manufacturer. It's
Right.
probably relatively this, but you can't just say I can only sell beefsteak tomatoes. You
Right. Well, like, yeah, I agree, but we'll see what happens. I don't think it'll go that far, but you fucking never know. Schedule 3 is a pharmaceutical schedule, so that opens the door up for. I mean, it opens the door up better for banking, and it opens the door up for home grows and shit like that change, like some people talking about. Nah, it's just not federally legal. They just rescheduled it. Nothing else is going to change. The states are the ones that made it legal for us to grow at home and shit like that. It wasn't the federal government. The states were already going against the federal government. They're not going to like, oh God, we're not going to go against the federal government now that they rescheduled it. Like,
right. And
I mean, could you imagine trying to get them trying to make everybody stop growing now? I mean, that would be insane. That would just be that's a lost cause.
yes, yeah. And research will open up, and then
But people got to understand it's going to be hard to get it to be not skip, have it where it's descheduled, because once
it's
they do
already
that,
scheduled.
that's admitting, though, that's automatically admitting that the war on drugs did not work.
It's
So it's going to be really hard to get them to admit that, hey, whoa, it didn't work, so we're going to go ahead and reschedule it. We're going to, collect our money now. Like,
there's already proof that it was all propaganda for the
oh,
illegal
absolutely.
prohibition of marijuana,
Oh,
because of
absolutely.
the influx of migrant workers and jazz players, and that that it was going to ruin youth, and it was also propaganda amongst the church. But it came from also too that the biggest paper supplier to the newspapers was going to lose a contract to a hemp supplier
Yep.
or something. And
Yep.
he says, I can't do that. So then he came out with a proposition of how to make regular paper more profitable, and that was to go against hemp, which marijuana, hemp, same thing. Just happened to be at the right time.
Yeah, it opens up the doors for more research, but that's which isn't a bad thing. That's fine. It's taken us this long to get where we're at. As long as we get to grow at home and keep doing our thing, their little scheduling thing, whatever. I mean,
My dad was talking about when he was here that he still remembers actual ditchweed when he was probably 14 or 15 years old. So, I'm wanting to say that was probably like 62, maybe 60s, where, there were still big patches everywhere of like ditchweed, which was the old hemp that they would grow out in the fields there.
right. Yep. Some places that shit still grows natural.
Yeah.
I think there's parts of Kentucky or something. You can find that shit still grow.
Got rated in 2010 with 58 points. I got 15 days done on weekends. They really don't care anymore. Wow. And that was 12, 13 years ago. Yeah.
That was 14 years ago.
Hard drugs. Yeah. Yeah. 14. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Things are just different now. And I mean, hopefully, in my opinion, they do start researching it and they do actually use the plant and not make synthetic shit that they found the plant has, but they actually use the shit and able to use it and help people that really need it. Get some of this cancer shit figured out. Let's stop getting people pumped with radiation. Let's open up the pharmaceutical so they can research it and start letting the VA hospitals start prescribing it so people can get it for free through their fucking shit.
So maybe like the glass house that's in California that has like 1 million acres underneath its fucking greenhouse. Maybe
that's amazing.
Maybe that's what they set up is to be bought out by some pharmaceutical company because they need that many actual metric tons of weed.
Oh yeah, they probably already have like facilities underground. You probably walk in and as far as you can fucking see is lights and just rooms ready to fucking, and nobody will ever know where it's at. Except the people that work there.
It's all out in the desert or whatever, and it's sun grown in a greenhouse with maybe like supplemental light or something like that.
The pharmaceutical company has endless amounts of money to make the best of the best grow if they want to. Yeah, sun grown would be sweet. That glass house you're talking about, that's almost unfathomable. The amount, I mean, that thing is.
Yeah. Can I pull up a fucking flyby or something of that place? Let me see.
That place it's something else. They start using it to help fucking people, it'd be great. But I mean, they'll do that, but it's probably gonna fucking, I don't know, it'll cost you.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if everybody knows just the sheer scale of this place.
It's amazing.
This is a 3-year-old farm, or this is a 3-year-old video. I don't know if you want to share it.
Well, how do I share it?
Here it is. You see at the bottom, you just allow that like it's another person. It's like somebody's in the back door. and now I have 2 at the bottom. Yeah. So then now I play it. And then this is Glass House Farms. I thought they were more in the desert, but they're not.
Oh, did I not? I bet you I didn't.
And they've added on since then, you know. But yeah, it's called Glass House Farms. They're the largest indoor grow facility in all of California. Yeah. And I guess that like somehow their product keeps on finding its way out of California into other markets. I don't know how. Yeah. Let's see. It's this one was a really good documentary about them, the largest black market grow in the U.S. history. If you guys want to know a little bit more about what I was talking about, it's by LMC. He talks about Glass House and who runs it and shit like that. Oh, where's my cursor? There it is. But
Yeah, that place is. I had to watch it a couple times because it was like the first time I just couldn't. I mean, you start putting shit into scale, and it's like, holy shit! Like,
yeah, I might not even have showed a really good one. There's a larger one, but this one's a year ago, so I'm pretty sure they got newer videos. You know, well, they even have a channel. I didn't realize that. So, yeah, I think it's time to go downstairs here pretty soon and see if my plants need to be watered, so I can mix up some water and get going after a bit. So
crawl around on the floor.
yeah, especially when it's 7 foot deep on one end and 4 foot deep on the other. I don't know if you've seen the screen that I put in now.
Yeah, I did. I was like, oh man, that's what I was saying. You almost need a creeper to roll around on there.
Now, if I strip all the plants all the way up to the net, now I could really get a creeper in there. But I haven't stripped them all the way up yet.
Your wand, I've seen your wand is just enough to reach that back.
I wish I had a 4 foot wand instead of a 3 foot wand now.
Right, you need that extra foot.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
I forget the name brand of that, but I think it was like a $24 or $25 wand. And then after I got it, I actually had to get a different head, which was like an additional like $19 because the other head was too big and it put out too much water and you wouldn't have enough pressure. It was like, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Dump a lot of water all on one spot at a time rather than giving it more of a spray.
Yeah, so you can kind of like wash down the pot in a sense on the top. It would just like come out and yeah. So
maybe if you go and you get like, you know, they have those little extension feet, the ones where you can hook double hose or something where you can turn it on and off. Because all you need is just about 4 to 6 inches, right? You just need some. Yeah. You can screw on your hose and you can screw the wand to that gives you that little extra room.
I need one of those, you know, the piece that has the spring on it so that the end of the hose can't kink right there.
Yeah.
I need one of those for my wand.
Yeah,
because
that would be perfect.
I find like I'm bending it and I'm like getting in position and then I go to turn it on and I'm like, fuck, the hose is kinked. And then I got to like reposition myself and get it on. So
yeah. Yeah, that would be perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, this one might be a little challenging because of the net, but you know, it
It's going to be fun to see it at the end, though.
yeah. Yep. I might actually lower the big fan down so it's blowing more air on the bottom of the plants versus over the canopy.
Right. Well, you got so many fans, you'll be able to manipulate them where you need them. You'll definitely need something underneath, though.
That was the big fan was that I added recently was just to be able to blow the air conditioner around
Right.
once the lights were up to temperature. So the back wall was a lot warmer than the front of the room.
Now, how does that work for your CO2? Do you need to like position that more underneath the canopy now because that canopy is going to be so full? Will it go through?
It's in a big loop and it goes through all the carabiners up in the ceiling.
Okay.
So it's like a 4x8 or a 5x9 loop or whatever it is up in the ceiling with the little pinch hole hose. And I
Right.
want to say there's there's probably 20 something feet of line in that circle, or 24 feet with a T, and then it goes from there down to the tank. So it just comes out and it just rains down.
Okay. I
So
just
then
was.
right. So then it hits
I
all
was
the fans and it probably goes everywhere, you know?
yeah, I would assume it. The fans blow it around and wherever, you know.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure once you get a screen that's full. I'm sure the fans still blow it down underneath the canopy.
I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah, it's absorbed from the bottom of the leaf, not the top. But
Right.
yes,
Right.
I rain it down instead of putting it from the bottom up. Yep.
But because it falls, it's really heavy. So realistically, if you were putting it underneath the canopy, it's gonna fall before it, you know, it ain't gonna go up to the bottom of the leaves anyway. It's gonna
Right.
fall before, you know.
It just builds up on the canopy floor in the natural forest.
Well, it builds
It's
up in the
not a
room, right? It just builds up in the room,
no,
and then
well,
the
I
bottom
mean,
stomas or whatever just suck it up.
right. Well, I was meaning like in the forest. It's on the floor of the
Right. Right.
forest is where the highest CO2 is. If you have a sequoia tree that's 100 foot tall, there's not as much CO2 up, at the top than at the
Right.
bottom. But the whole plant needs it or could use it. That's all.
Right. Right. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, you see the buds last time. I'm sure the way you got it's just fine. It works, man. It works.
Yeah,
It'll work better if you, yeah, like you say, get your AC squared away. And fucking,
tuned in. Yeah, it might be a little under, but I think it was just there was a problem with the heat pump fan motor, that it wasn't
I got you.
receiving
Yeah.
like a high
No, I got
signal,
you.
or it was off on ohms. Well, now they're gonna send me a new one, and I'll put that one in, and I'll see.
It was probably, man, it was probably working a lot, like you said, because I know those dehumidifiers, they put out a good amount of heat. And in a sealed room, it wouldn't take long to heat it up.
And then the light kicks on, so now you have the light and the dehumidifier. So now it's adding 9 degrees normal temperature. Well, it was reading two different things, but also too, I had it. I was afraid of this light leak, and it might have been the way that I was like sectioned it off with a piece of plastic. Maybe I wasn't allowing the unit to breathe properly. That's something else I've changed.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's like this light that comes from the front board.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like shines up. Well, now I got tape in there, and then I opened up the lid and I put some tape up in there, so now it doesn't shine up and through. So now I don't have the plastic up in front of it no more. Well, I think it breathes better now. So that might have also been the other thing that I changed.
Well,
So,
cool. I mean, that's the only way you figure it out. You just fuck with it, you know. I mean,
exactly. Yep. Jamaica lamb's breath male and
what
train.
what are you gonna say? Look at, I mean, fuck. Look at the plants you just pulled out of there. Look at the plants you got hanging out. I mean, what? I don't even care if it was 100 degrees in there. I look at the plants and go, holy shit. You know, like,
Right. I get you.
yeah, but that's a long, LED. Is that a long fucking, long flower?
Yeah, that's probably
Jamaican?
that's what he's talking about is that sativa. That's why it's a 14. But Jamaica lamb's breath, huh?
A male, and you're gonna cross that with train wreck.
It's been a long time since I've had like a true sativa weed.
I got somebody sent me some seeds. They're like, hey, you should try these out. And I got it, and it just said Colombia mixed with Thai. And I was like, what the? They're like, oh yeah, it's a 14-week flower. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm not really wanting to do that.
Right?
Well, in my mind, I could just think of what the plant would look like. You know, a heavy sativa could be kind of gangly and fucking. Ugh. I don't know. I was watching the Strain Hunters. They were putting out some new videos, and some of that shit that they were looking at, I was just like, oof. Yeah, I'm glad I don't grow landrace.
Mm. I mean, there's a certain look where you want your bud to look, and it's full and plump, and the calyxes to look a certain way, and that's what makes it exotic, or that's what makes it fucking, the KGB, the killer green bud. That's what we're all trying to strive for, is to all have
Right.
KGB. So
Yep.
yeah. I'm just trying to grow what was out of my reach. When I smoked a lot of pot in my youth, that green bud. I could get
Right.
like Mexican weed, and someone might share a little bit of green bud with me, and you'd be like, oh, and you'd remember that taste forever. But I never had access to it.
Right. A lot of that shit, there was only certain people, you know. If you knew somebody that knew somebody, they could get it, but they weren't getting it for you.
Well, maybe for Christmas one time, or if it was your birthday, but they ain't going to get it for you every single week, because then that
No,
would cut them out of their stash.
right. Like, if dude runs out, then I don't
Yeah.
get any. Like, no.
hmm
Yeah.
That's almost like what you were saying about power buying some of those, some stuff over at Tony's. And that's almost like brokering, like with like Copycat. If you could get 3 or 4 people, and now you could get a master list, and then you could chop up the
Yeah.
packs. Everybody was getting a 4 seeds or 5 seeds of whatever. You get what I'm saying? Then
Right.
you could
Right.
make it affordable. So then, if you really wanted a full master catalog, or you wanted 20 packs of something, or their whole catalog, you and
That's like what
two or three
Frosty
other
was doing, right? That's like what Frosty was doing. They just,
yeah,
everybody go in and they get their whatever, you know.
yep, exactly. And then also Dickhead tried to do that for a while, but no one wanted to buy seeds from him, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And that's just a tough thing to do, because then you're gonna always have that one person that's like, oh, well, mine didn't. And then once they get mad at you, they're gonna start going around saying, oh yeah, he switched the seeds out, or he did this, and it's like, so you can only deal with like I hate to say this, but you almost have to like have a club of people. Everybody pay a little membership due thing, and that's just to fucking prove that you're gonna be somebody that's cool. Like, cut
Or
out all
do
the
it
fucking bullshit to where
right.
everybody's, like, if you're serious
Or
about
you're
it, you're willing to
literally
pay
doing
this.
like a seed swap in person where you take a fresh pack that's already been sealed that came from the grower and you're opening it and dividing it,
Well,
and
like
then
I
you
would
know
trust you. Like I would trust getting seeds that you opened a pack and I knew that,
yeah,
I
I get you.
there's certain
I
people,
mean,
and then other people, sure, their money's just as good as everybody else's, but fuck, are they gonna really give you the?
yeah, I got like what me and Cincy did, or not Cincy. That was Coyote. He needed some money for some dirt, but he sent me a bunch of his seeds. Don't get me wrong, but he sent me a bunch of the actual seeds that we brokered for some CSI, some other genetics. I think they're in here somewhere. Yeah. So a big old pack of. So I bought him some soil, and he sent me a bunch of his genetics. Paid for a bunch of
Yeah,
seeds.
that's cool.
I got more seeds than what I ever know what to do with now. I don't have to buy seeds for like ever.
That's cool. I mean, you never know. You might be in the mood to, or some of you.
Unlimited.
Fuck, you never know. Somebody might call tomorrow and be like, "Hey, dude, I got this fucking shed in my yard. I just bought a house. I got this shed in my yard. Come pick it up. I don't want it." You might end up with a fucking hill shack.
Yeah,
You know?
a nug shack. Yeah.
Or shit, the guy that has all the seeds might be the happy guy because if they do something funky with seeds or something, pretty soon you hope you were the one that stockpiled.
Yeah. I guess basement the basement Joe, I guess he was just live. I guess he
Yeah,
was
like
talking about the Herms. Everybody's talking about Herms of Humboldt.
yep, the tripod or whatever. Yep.
Yeah.
I seen
Well,
one guy on Instagram. He did the video and they changed on their website. It said down at the bottom. It said recommended for outdoor.
oh,
I know that's changed. I guess that wasn't there before, but they. But what does that make a difference? Doesn't matter, right? Like if it's gonna harm, it's gonna harm indoors or outdoors. Like
correct. Well,
I don't understand.
didn't who was the testers, or did they release all the testers and do the hype and then use the hype of the AC Infinity people to then fucking
Oh yeah, I think they were fucking. I'm sure they were F1s. I'm sure. Because I don't know. I've seen a lot of herms, and it seems like a lot of herms to get all of a sudden. And if you did already a bunch of testing on it, I don't know. But people were paying like $140 for 5 seeds.
yeah,
I mean,
$30 a seed or something, right? Something like that.
that's
$25 a seed or something.
fuck yeah. Then you give the seeds to shitty growers. They herm it out, and then
Maybe it needs so many, or maybe everybody's trying to feed it and it's only like requiring 1,600 ppms its whole entire life, and they're all trying to shove 2,000, 3,000 fucking ppms in the soil, or in the water.
well, it's like I feel like they almost like released it and then gave it to the AC Infinity guys to test it, but at the same time. Like you should have just let them ran it first and then released it. Like,
Sure. Well, I thought the whole thing was on the hunt and everything, you know?
yeah. They got
That
what they wanted.
Yeah, on the hunt for your cut or something like that.
Mhm.
Can you find one? I thought was their
Yeah,
what
can you find one that doesn't harm?
there you go.
Chase for the. No, I don't know. I mean, most, as far as what I understand, most Humboldt seeds are really good. I always wondered about the whole if the seeds bred outdoors and grew outdoors and did all that outdoors, should it be really grown outdoors? Or, I mean, because we always take the Humboldt grows, most of their stuff comes from outdoors. So all their beans come from outdoors. And then we bring it indoors. I mean, are we instantly changing the atmosphere, the environment for these instantly as soon as we, I don't know. Does the genetics change a little bit because they were bred outdoor? I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting to know that.
That'd be
Because now we know if they did the tripods outdoors and now everybody tried to grow those indoors and now on their website saying, oh shit, recommended for outdoors. Does that mean most of their shits should say recommended for outdoors? I mean, it
Yeah.
raises the question. It raises the question. And I've been
Right.
asking this. I've asked the same question before.
I thought that what the biggest triploid market is that somebody was talking about would be somewhere like Oregon, so that you can plant several different strains in your fields outdoors and your neighbor's pollen won't affect your plants. But it does you no good
Makes
if
sense.
your own plant makes its own.
Well, even if your plant makes its own and it's sterile, you still ruin the plant. I mean,
Well,
because it's
they'll
still gonna,
have
like.
sterile seeds, right?
Well,
Don't
I
you
don't
just
even
have
know. I
sterile
mean,
seeds? Can't it?
it'd probably be sterile seeds, or it may not put seeds on at all, but you're gonna have really skimpy, airy bud that looks like it's half female and half male, and you're
Yeah,
not gonna be able to do shit with it. So now you end up with a plant you can't even try to take the seeds off it and pretend you're a breeder.
right. I get you.
You end up with shit. You're like, it's a total waste at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was under the impression it was for these guys that were gonna regrow in fucking huge fields, and they didn't have to worry about the neighbor's field pollinating their shit. You know. But I guess we decided to bring it indoors, and what? You
Call
can't
it
just
something
grow a
else.
plant and not harm it. You can't
Well,
just not harm a plant. Like,
we were
I
all
mean,
kind of wondering
but
that too, about like what that would do to the genetics if, yeah, sure, we all like to eat seedless watermelons, but if you've ever eaten a seedless watermelon, they still have little tiny baby seeds in them. Just you can't plant those seeds and make anything out of them. So it still has a chance to harm because I don't know, it's
right,
got a
that's a
third
money.
bar or
I mean,
something, you know?
get the hell out of here. That's a money grab, really. Now you can't take my strain and and herm it, and that pollen mix with whatever you have in the tent, and then you take those seeds from that plant and sell them off. Hell
Yep.
yeah, it's a money grab. You can't produce your own seeds. Fuck yeah, that's a
You're
smart
exactly
thing
right.
for the seed company. That's really smart. You got to come back to me and you can't produce your own. Huh, that sounds like
I
a real
really
good
wish,
business.
talking about seeds, I really wish I would have been in a better place and not had so many seeds in my seed vault. I probably would have liked to have gotten with Mountain and gotten a couple packs of some of his terpeous shit. Um,
Yeah.
that would have been
Well,
cool.
he's always got shit, but I mean, like you said, you got so many packs now that
I do. I really do. That I have potential to grow out hundreds more plants And I
Honestly,
don't know.
I'm gonna yell at you if you go buy a bunch of genetics before you get a table.
No, I
You
will
got
not.
so many seeds.
Yeah, I got seeds and I got so many other plants that I'll just keep on growing out before I do anything else. Before I
Well,
pop any more seeds, you know.
and so many options of getting clones, and I mean,
Yeah, I still have like 3 or 4 other Welcome to the Grow Tent strains that I've never even popped those seeds from.
oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a cash and I have a purple frost giant right now. And I think that's all that I have from, and strawberry mimosa, or samosa or mimosa, however you say it. But I have actually 3 strains from him started, and there's 3 seeds of each one. So there's 9 different plants there.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd run all 3 of them at the same time.
And
All 3
see,
packs.
Cash
Yeah.
was awesome. Mikey says, yeah, and Cash is really like, it's a short, bushy plant. Is the preferred one that I like. And then I have a purple frost giant, and I guess I could show you guys the leaf. They're different shape than anything else that's in the mix. So I don't know what that means, but to me, it's just got a different shape leaf. I don't know, pointier, not as round, maybe a little bit more sativa, something. I don't know. And then I got one strawberry mimosa that's like, I'm hoping that's like an identical, like what Flyby talks about for the lakeweed, because of the vigorness of it and how stretchy the seedling looks. So you never know. Just because it grows like it doesn't mean it's going to taste like it. Because all those are what, S1s, or yeah, S or Fs. Oh, Cash was awesome. Yeah, Cherry Atomic Sledgehammer. There's like 2
Sounds
more.
good.
There's Wooberry, and there's something else that's down there. Grape Atomic Grape. Fuck, I can't think of it now. There's like 2 or 3 more packs, and then I also got the sour diesel from him. I also sent a pack of those to ADHD, and I only like popped like 2 of the 13 seeds that I had of the skunk, so I still have more seeds of that. To me, that skunk plant, it smelled like ripe pineapple. It was not skunky. It was more like a ripe pineapple, upside down pineapple cake. I don't know. I mean,
Ooh, that's
both.
pretty really good though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
that
necessarily
sounds
too
good.
fruity or too sweet, but it's got that like ripeness note to it.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed. I should go check to see if one of those is dry enough, and maybe roll a joint of it.
Ooh,
I'm just eager to
smaller,
smoke something,
smaller plants. I mean, smaller plants don't take as long. I mean, so I mean, I always worry about getting all the chlorophyll out. Drying it as low as possible. But I mean, how long does a plant that size take to dry? Like not very long compared to a plant that's got 5 of those, 6 of those on it.
I was waiting for my dehumidifier to have to start running. No, I'm sorry, the opposite way. I was waiting for almost to my humidifier has to start running to keep it at 60, versus it goes on for a little bit and kicks off, and then the dehumidifier kicks on a little bit and it goes off.
That makes
So as
sense.
soon as
That
the
makes
room
sense.
tells me that it's drying out, and it can't hold it in the 60s without dumping 5 or 10 gallons of water into the air. That's running all day for hours on end. That's when I'll put it in the bag. So
I think
right there.
that's probably better than just going in and going crack on the stem, because I mean,
Yeah,
that doesn't. I mean, I don't think that's a. I mean, obviously, it's not true science. I mean,
I'm just trying to read the room when the
I
room.
think that's a better. Absolutely.
Okay. So
I
now it's
agree with
easier
you.
to hold the humidity within a bag than it is within a fucking 12 by 14 room.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
I agree. That sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Once the room's holding it right where you want your buds to be, and it ain't fluctuating, and it's right when you get to where it has to kick on air or humidity to bring it back. Yeah, if you go any longer, you're gonna start drying it out.
Yep. So that's where I'm at. I'm guessing today's Tuesday, so I mean, I don't know. I keep on looking at it, and I just don't want to over dry it. I'd rather be a little greasy in the bag, and then I got to baby it than be over dried.
Yeah,
And
I'd rather have to pour it out and stir it around a little bit and then put it back. Then.
Yeah, exactly, Crop. Exactly.
And people say, "Oh, well, you can rehydrate." I mean, it's not the same. If you got to rehydrate it, that means you went too far.
Yeah. And it's that last harvest when I wanted to use the I can't do it. The trim bag that's behind me, I had to dry it almost too much to be able to get to use the trim bag. So I felt that I lost a lot on that. So this one we did a wet trim. So basically I can put it right in the bag, and when you look at it, you might have to pick out a couple of shade leaves, but besides that, it's pretty much trimmed.
Yeah, and I know eventually a lot of that stuff on there still gets brittle and it falls off on its own. So
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
I'm
what
not
you're
that worried about it.
Yeah.
That's the shake at the bottom of the bag. Like, that shit just rumbles together and it falls off. I mean,
Yep.
not that worried about in the jar, in the bag, and whatever you use to.
Yep.
I mean,
I can use my new ability to buy seeds legally now. Only for now.
hey, that's cool though.
Oh, EU. I don't know.
Europe. I think it's Europe. Right?
Europe
or
is that United Emirates?
I'm not sure.
It was years ago. I met this kid that lived over, and I swear it's where he's talking about United Emirates or whatever, or that'd be UE or EU or whatever. But
Europe, yeah, Europe.
And okay, but in the other place, but he was talking like they could like not really behead you, but it'd be illegal for them to catch any weed. But then he had like this like root powder that he could smoke, and you had this like fancy little fucking Turkish pipe and shit, and he's like, yeah man, this stuff is like great, but this is legal, but you can't smoke weed.
Oh, that's weird.
I forget what he was smoking.
And where's that
at? United Emirates, like over in Saudi Arabia and shit, where they fucking made the.
Okay. Yeah, they got laws there that I wouldn't even want to fuck with it over there.
Well, look at what's her name. Didn't the basketball player get fucking? She got
hung up in Russia. Yeah.
Or where for a vape cartridge or something.
Yeah, it was vape cartridge. Russia. They fucking. There's a thing on I think on either Hulu or Netflix. They put on a story about that.
Is that what it is? What I'm talking about, the root powder or whatever, Quitar, is that they smoke out of this little pipe, and you like put, it's like a little tiny thimble, and it's got, he like had a ceremonial pipe he was fucking smoking. He was like doing a layover. He had just
I
came
wonder if
from
it's,
the Emirates, but
I wonder
I
if it's a religious thing.
no, it's more like a tobacco herb, like
Huh.
fucking like weed, kind of like mellows you out, you know.
I
It's
wonder
like
if
a
it's like their
sedative, I thought.
their spice or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was when I was coming back from Europe and we were talking about because I came back from Amsterdam when I was there for Amsterdam, Belgium. We went to Paris, shit like that. That was like 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was a once in a like lifetime trip.
Hey, if you get the opportunity, I tell everybody this: you get the opportunity to do something, and you want to do it, but then you try to talk yourself out of it, man, you better just do it. Because a lot of times, those are those opportunities that if you don't do it, you're going to kick yourself in the ass later.
Okay. No, it wasn't flavored tobacco. It was like I don't know. It was weird, but he was like, "Nah, it's safe. It's safe. I promise you." And we like smoked it. I took a couple like puffs out of the pipe, like right outside the airport, and he loaded it up, and he's like, "No, it's very smooth, very smooth." We talked for like a half hour because I think we had like a 2.5 hour layover, so and we had some
He had
luggage,
you,
so we
he
took
had you
turns.
smoking, he had you smoking cocoa leaves.
So, like, I don't know, bro.
Oh,
Probably.
fuck it, fuck it. At least you say you did it once. I mean,
Yeah, I wish I knew or remember the name. I just remember the kid was really cool, and he was sitting outside the
Hills,
airport. We had this great fucking conversation, man. Yeah, what's
Hills
up?
is going. You're sitting there going, man. Maybe I shouldn't have. I don't even know what that shit was. Maybe I should have been smoking that. Like,
Well, I think how we even started it was like it was Detroit Airport, and we just flew in from Europe into Detroit or something, and I got out and I was like, seen him smoking his pipe, and I'm like, I know you can smoke weed on the in Michigan, but you can smoke it right here at the airport. And he's like, no, it's not weed, not weed, my friend. And then we talked and talked, and
that's
yeah,
cool.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
cool as shit. I like meeting people from other places like that.
Oh yeah,
That's cool as shit. You learn a lot of shit. That's how that's how you learn shit.
yeah.
Without Google, you get out and you fucking meet people, talk to people.
Detroit Metro. No, it was just at the airport. I didn't go but 10 feet outside the door. That was about.
They're gonna start getting on you for whoa, they're like you were smoking some shit you don't know what it was out of a pipe. Detroit Metro. Like,
Yeah, the yeah,
oh,
313. I was smoking crack.
it wasn't weed. Uh,
That's the name of the airport. Yeah,
uh,
yeah,
yeah, that's the one then.
yeah.
But he made sure he didn't drink the water.
No. Oop. Be right back. I need a break.
Yep. No. What's wrong with Detroit? I always thought Detroit would be a cool place to. I mean, that used to be like, man, Detroit was the place back in the day. That's like it made America America with some fucking the car dealers, the manufacturers and everything. The Motor City. I think it should be almost like historical. I don't know. Seems kind of funny, but I mean, realistically, a lot of shit came out of Detroit. It's the Motor City, but it's not. Isn't it like I don't know, gone bankrupt a bunch of times? I mean, like, I don't even know how many car manufacturers actually work there anymore. I don't know what rocks it. I don't know. Does that mean like crack rocks? I don't know if you're trying to be funny or not. But I don't know. I mean, back in the day, you'd think of Detroit, and it was like fucking part of the backbone of America. I mean,
Yeah. Used to be part of the fucking manufacturing corridor, you know?
yeah,
Yeah, it was
like,
like blue collar central.
I mean,
Dearborn and Detroit,
people
all that whole
people
metro area. Yeah.
traveled all over going to Detroit to work in the big manufacturers companies. Yeah, it's what's sad though, and I don't necessarily think it was the trade agreement. I think what it was is the American people went ahead and they were okay with buying the fucking bullshit from other countries. If Americans didn't buy the shit, then if we stood on our own 2 feet and was like, "Fuck that, I'm gonna buy American," then but
It's just
because
capitalism. Everybody wants something better for a cheaper price.
we're
So
cheap, right?
it's right. It's not what's available or what's best for the country. It's not like you can only use American steel. You can only use
Right.
American cars, American clothes. We started outsourcing everything and we
Yep.
just eliminated ourselves out of jobs.
Right out of the market. Right out of the market. Like like
Yeah, but why? How can they do it for 25 cents? Is because we will give them $1 and they only pay 25 cents. If
well, here's where here's what the
try to
kicker
buy
of it.
an American pair of boots, work boots. Try.
Here's the kicker of that though. The tariff, when China brings it into the country, the government makes that extra money. Not necessarily China. We pay 100 because they gotta also charge us for what it costs for the taxes and shit at the fucking port yard, the tariffs and shit they put on. So again, I mean,
Exactly.
we need to, and my opinion is, and people don't agree with this necessarily, but we need better tax incentives for fucking the big corporations. Give them a reason to want to build their shit in our country. I mean,
Cheap labor, but cheap labor doesn't mean skilled workers, and skilled labor shouldn't be cheap.
well, and what do you want? You want cheap workers, or do you want smart, fucking, hardworking Americans? I mean, it all depends on what you want for your country. I mean,
You also,
if you want
you
a
go.
bunch of idiots, then I mean, that's what you get.
I was watching this TikTok, and this French person is applying for a job in the States. And they're like, so the whole month of August you want off and you want it paid? And they're like, yeah, doesn't everybody? Like in Europe, they literally take a 30-day vacation. Like certain corporations, they shut down. And you know what that does? It improves morale and people come back.
The morale, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It makes them better workers when you give them time off instead of working them and they get burnt out for nothing, You
Speaking
treat
of
them like
buying,
people. But yeah.
Speaking of buying Chinese, I was at Walmart last night and it was fucking taking forever. And I finally got to the register and the lady's like, "Sorry, we had a lady that just decided to quit at lunch." People don't want to work. I mean, I don't even know how we have the option. I mean, who has the option of just quitting their job? How do you pay your bills? Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, but when you go to a bullshit job for bullshit pay, who wants to do that job anyway? If you go to a decent job and even if it's bullshit work, but you're making good money and you're good at it, well, guess what? You're going to stick around.
Absolutely. I agree with that. If you're like where my wife works, she's worked there since we moved to this state. And it's a fucking gas station, Subway. But she's the assistant manager at Subway now. She makes more than the local police starting out. She makes more money. And all the benefits you talk about, like the company, their company is so good. They give all medical, all dental, all fucking retirement. They give bonuses every year that you're there. They do Christmas and so, like you pay $20 in and they match you all year long and then cut you a check at the end. I mean, a really good company.
Right.
That's how you get people to stay. You're
Yeah.
absolutely correct.
You can't you got to reward them for good work and for their success, you know. I mean, especially if like she's an assistant or a manager, let's just say, and then the actual owner isn't even in the state, doesn't even have to
Right.
come to the station, and everything runs smooth and makes a profit. Why wouldn't you pay
Yeah.
somebody well? You know, I mean, geez.
She was laughing. She came to me. She's like, I make more than the local police department right now. I'm like, "It's because you work hard and you're there. You do your job.
Right.
You're there every day. That's what everybody should do. You agree to work for somebody. You should give them your all. You should put, have pride in it to fucking, and you'll be amazed, especially nowadays, how quick you'll move up.
I say it all the time. I mean, I do trade work, but the reason why they call it trade work is because you trade your body. You fucking abuse your body for that money, you know. It's
Oh,
constructive, but it's trade, you know, and that's why
that's what killed me. That's what
yeah,
killed me.
my
That's
shoulders,
why.
my shoulders, my elbow, my wrist, they're all breaking down, you know. That's why I smoke so much weed.
And it kind of, I don't know, it was a double-edged sword for me because I ended up going on disability, but because I worked my whole life, I was always what I call the goon. I was always the labor guy that fucking had all the bullshit shit. I just killed myself to the point where, but I paid in all, So as soon as I got on disability, they took half my money for fucking child support because it's an earned income. But these guys that are on like SSI that never worked a day in their life never have to pay. Well, that's a whole different fucking.
I get you.
But it's a double edge. You work your whole life, you end up getting disabled, and you still end up somehow they get you. They get you.
Or
And of
here's
course, I
even
gotta pay child support, but I mean,
like here's a good one, and I didn't really foresee it in my career, but I had like 13 14 years in the carpenters union, and then 2008 happened and I just did residential. Well, that market like fell on its face, and basically half of the builders and over like 3/4 to 7/8 of the builders went underneath and they disappeared. So there wasn't really a union market no more. So I didn't really have a job to stand on any longer because I didn't have that much commercial backing. Well,
right.
so then I joined a different union, went through a different apprenticeship, and started a new trade after 13 years in the trade. Well, now I got 14 years there, you know, but even if I quit today, two halves don't equal a whole as a for a retirement pension. So I might have 2/4, you know. I mean, it doesn't.
And
It,
and
it,
that's the thing. Like when
yeah.
you're younger, you don't think of a lot of things, right? And it's like,
Oh,
man,
completely.
I wish the way they did public school was like how they did it in Job Corps because I went to Job Corps.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, 1 week we would do our schooling, and the next week you worked your whole week in the trade that you were learning. That way
Yeah.
at least everybody walked out of school knowing something. And I know a lot of people have told me, oh, well, that sounds kind of communist. You're training your youth early to be what they want to, that one trade, but it's not, they at least walk away with
Vocational
school,
work.
with
Yeah.
with something they can instantly make decent money at.
Y- Yeah. Or depending on what state you're in and what area of the country, you can go straight from there into an apprenticeship into a union.
Absolutely.
And in 4 to 5 years, you're making scale, which is top dollar in the state for your area. I'll guarantee you that those unions fight for top dollar that they
Well,
can, you know.
and if you're going to train the kids, I mean, train them to work.
Y-
Let's let's get them used to working early, so that way when they're done with school, they're just automatically, fuck, I need to work, because that's what they're used to doing.
Yeah, I hear you, Grodo, about Apple and Nike, and here those are like really two big corporations in our economy that a lot of people buy by name. That's what, yeah, like I said, you go try to find a pair of work boots that's made in the USA. You can go say that you're going to go buy Keens or you're going to go buy um, 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 Red Wings or Thorogoods, but 9 times out of 10, certain of the models are actually made in the Philippines or in China or
Well,
somewhere else. Not
that's
all
like
of them
saying
are made in the USA.
that's like saying you're gonna go buy an HLG light because it's American. Well, all the parts are from China. Like,
Right.
so that's the tough thing. We've already got ourselves in such a hole to where everything is pretty much. Go look at something. You look at the bottom of something, it probably says made in China.
Yeah, but where in the United States can you go with an idea for a computer chip or with a fucking a light diode? You can go within 1 or 2 blocks of each other. You can go have a prototype made. They could literally make you 100 or 200 of them. Now you have prototypes. Then now you could turn, after you had someone that probably drew it up, that's right next to the guy that literally can make it for you. Now you can take it to the bigger manufacturer, which is right next door to there.
Yeah.
That's how they do these computer boards. You can go there and go get a custom computer board made in a day, and then one prototype, and then now you take that prototype that's already sourced and everything's all out. Now you could take it right over to the manufacturer, and then you'll have 1,000 of them, or whatever it is. That's just, we don't have that
Absolutely.
infrastructure or that manufacturing here for certain technologies, and because we gave it all
Well,
up.
no, in China they have big complexes. Like you say,
Yeah.
every building is in the complex. They're able to just go from one building to the next, just like you said.
Mhm.
They can. You get really good at this, okay. You get really good at this, okay. And then in the end, we'll put it all together and we'll be able to sell the Americans this thing for, like,
Sure.
and it,
I bet you they
depending
do.
on depending on who you are, if you buy enough units, they'll put your name on it. I mean,
So I live in the Midwest, and Motorola, about 30 miles from here or so, they built this multi-million-dollar campus they were gonna make all these cell phones there. It operated for 4 years and it shut down, and it's been vacant for I don't know how long. I think there's finally something in there, but I mean, it was as big as a fucking hospital, or bigger than a actual big city hospital, just sitting there idle. They pulled out.
yeah,
But I don't even think Motorola is a fucking cell phone manufacturer anymore.
I don't know. They probably sold off in pieces.
Yep.
Like,
Hmm.
so it's tough. I talk about buying America, but it's tough anymore. Because I don't have millions of dollars either. So if I can get something for, 10, $15 cheaper,
That's just that's just the capitalist way. You always want something cheaper if you can get it, and you want more options.
right. Oh shit, look at this. I can buy this. It's got a few other options and it's only $20 more. Like, yeah, I
Yeah.
want more for less.
Yeah, it's almost like there for a while. I do believe that there were like ethanol plants that were built, multi-million-dollar plants, but then the price of corn drove it up because they were subsidized too much. The farmers were over subsidized, so they couldn't even produce ethanol for it to begin with, because they couldn't pay that much for the corn. So it's like, why subsidize the corn if you're going to turn it into ethanol and it's going to be processed anyways? They're still getting $1 out of it, but no, we'll just subsidize it even more. Who was it? Warren Buffett said that if the 800 national corporations actually paid a fair amount of tax with without any deductions, and paid their tax liability without using their deductions, that nobody would have to pay income tax, and there would be no shortage on anything, and everything would be funded. But because we allow corporations to, even though they're there to make a profit, that we don't tax them, but we tax the people that make the money for them. That's where we get our most tax base. That was basically
and that's the problem. That's the problem with the Trade Act and shit, to be able to bring things in from other countries, because if you end up taxing the companies too much, they'll be like, fuck it, okay. They'll go overseas, and then they'll still pay cheaper to have it shipped over here and sell it, and they'll make more money, like.
Yeah.
So it's a catch-22. It's kind of
We'll just
unless we're willing to pay more for a U.S. product, it'll never happen, and people aren't.
Will just even look like what we're doing to our local. If you can't shop local, you go straight to Amazon and it'll be delivered to your door tomorrow. So you're not buying off a local shelf, and
Right.
And I do that a lot because it's more convenient for me to go on Amazon than it is for me to go source something out in the city, where you might have to go to 4 different places to find what you want. I can do it in 10 minutes, push a button, and it's here tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yep. And you don't stimulate. I do the same thing. And we don't stimulate our local economy.
When I can, I go to my local grow shop because I'm thankful, because that's where I've gotten some of my basis and knowledge. But there are things where I say, if you can't match the Amazon price, I'm going to order it off of there. And 8 times out of 10 or 7 times out of 10, she'll say, okay, I'll match.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times, for me, it's 40 minutes one way to the grocery store, so that's almost 2 hours, just to go to there and back. And usually by the time I get there, and they'll want like the guy was wanting $32 a bag of Ocean Forest.
Right.
And I could get it on Amazon delivered for $29.
Wow.
And then when I was telling him about it and I showed it to him and he tried arguing with me, I just kind of quit going to the store, because it was like, well, you got to make it kind of convenient too, though. Because what he does is crazy. Is he'll rent a box truck, go to Colorado, and then load it up with different soil, buys all of his soil from there, and then brings it back and then sells it out of his store. And it's like, you got to source it somewhere else, or you're getting it cheaper so you can sell it cheaper. Because if I can get Amazon soil off of Amazon cheaper, and it's free delivery, then you're charging way too much.
Yeah, that makes
you're charging too much.
Right. Ford wanted to go to Mexico, and Trump said that he would tax them out of business, so Ford invested in USA. I don't know if that's actually true or not, because Ford was the only one that didn't take a bailout. Everybody else, Dodge, Chevy, I think even like a Toyota Corporation, a couple of the other big four or whatever, all took a bailout from the government and still stayed in business, but shut shit down and moved it to Mexico anyways.
Which you go, you start thinking, like, these corporations and these huge banks, like, you're making how many millions of dollars a year and you need bailed out? I'm sorry, if that's the local grocery store, if he ain't budgeting his money right and he don't know how to do that, he don't get a bailout. He goes out of business. I don't give a fuck how much tax you pay. I mean, run your shit right. We shouldn't be giving corporations bailout money. If you're a shitty corporation, guess what? Bye. You know, like, you didn't make it. Sorry about your luck. You know? I think that's just crazy.
Oh yeah. Well, we already had the big socialist experiment during COVID by handing out tons of free money and doubling everybody's unemployment. And you see what happened. Everybody wanted to stay at home when they could, and they didn't want to go to work. You were making double unemployment, or you were making an extra
Yeah, that was
$1,000.
crazy.
You know, it was like stay at
In
home.
my
You
opinion, that was crazy. I could see if they made you stay at home, you made the wage that you would make that week. But you shouldn't make your normal unemployment plus $650 a week. And I know that for a fact is what was happening because my neighbor was getting it and he showed me his check.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, it's so much better sitting on unemployment right now. And I'm going, fuck.
Right.
You know, like,
I came
he was
off on
getting like,
unemployment, and then that kicked in, and then my boss called us back to work, and a lot of us were like, you better have 40-hour checks, motherfucker, because unemployment right now is pretty damn sweet. And
yeah.
you know, I mean, it took a lot of us like some edging to get off and come right back to work. You know,
And
some
so
of us like waited till the weather completely broke, and then they finally started coming to work every day.
the company my wife works for, this is how cool they are. They got the money, you know, because they kept people working and shit. They raised everybody's paychecks during that time, $2 an hour. And then at the end of everything, whatever was left over, depending on how long you worked at the company, you got a check. So all that money that they got from the government for keeping people working or whatever that was for the businesses, they made sure they put it back into the employees.
That's good.
She ended up getting like a $4,000 check at the end because they had extra money that they didn't spend of that. So depending on how long you were there, you got money. Her boss ended up getting like close to $12,000.
I could see how he's just he's not a dictator. He's just a no bullshit kind of a person, and he didn't want to be a puppet, and he had a voice and opinion. And we both know that usually the president usually isn't the one that has an opinion. It's his whole cabinet, or it's a person with its hand up a fucking puppet's ass.
Well, the problem with Trump has always been a businessman and a big time mogul. So he's always had his hand in all that shit. And he's always telling people what to do. So to try to have that guy as president and tell him that he doesn't get to make choices, yeah, right. He's a major control freak. All he wants to do is make choices.
You're fired.
Yeah, he just fucking get rid of your ass.
No, I don't know. Did he?
Oh, yeah, I don't know about all that.
Maybe he did. Maybe he was saying he'd be a dictator. Maybe he wanted to stick his dick in the tater. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a dick taker, you know, maybe, I don't really care. I mean, I'm still so low on the scale that, you know, I mean, we're already fucked right now. If you compared the money that we spend on the price of living versus what the wages are versus the back in the day of depression, fuck. We're fucked now.
Hey, I was a true Democrat for like 14, 16, 18 years, in that range of how many ever elections there was. And it wasn't until the Democrats decided to run who they did that I chose to switch parties and vote somewhere else. Till then, I was a good union boy, and I voted union, and I didn't vote against the union. But you got to give me a second.
I mean, do I think the election is rigged? That's a tough question. There was a lot of weird things that went on. I don't necessarily think the machines were fucking, but were extra boxes brought in here and there places. I mean, it seems likely just on the simple fact that, when they closed the polls, it was at one number, and they reopened it. It was a crazy number. Like, I don't know. So, I mean, should there have been a recount or some other way of figuring it out? Yeah, because some of the machines that were proven to be hooked to the internet that weren't supposed to be hooked to the internet, you would think, like, in a court of law, like, that would be grounds to a mistrial. Like, you'd have to redo it, or you'd have to, try again. Like, you can't have certain things in effect and then be like, oh, well, yeah, but nobody did anything. Like, but those rules were in place for a reason. So that way nothing did happen.
I seen another TikTok or an Instagram post, and it was like 1950s, and somebody was like, man, I wonder if the government put listening devices in my house. And then 2024, hey Siri, or hey Alexa.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, we have one, but we leave it unplugged because one day I was just messing around. I said something really quiet, and fucking she picked it up, and she started fucking saying shit, and I was like, no, unplug that bitch. Like,
same rotten bird, exactly. They're
pretty much. I mean,
I think that we need a third party. I think that's where we're stuck. I think we need to have more than a two-party system because it's rigged. If you have more than two parties, it can't be rigged because there's
there's not really. Yeah, there's not really a tiebreaker, right? Like,
right. There's not a tiebreaker.
You can have the Congress full of, this, and then you can have the House of Representatives full of this. If you're opposite, cool, you get it through here, but you're never getting it through here. I mean, like,
right, you can't have a filibuster where the whole party just votes no because they're voting on a party line. It doesn't matter their individual feelings on it. They're going to shut something down. They're going to shut it down.
Well, and I mean, if you had a guy that worked for you still, and he falls down the ladder all the time, is he going to keep his job, or are you going to say, hey, bud, it's time for you to retire? But we don't do that with the government. We let them get as senile as possible, and we keep them in there. Like, these guys have been in there. Biden's been, 70 some years he's been in politics. I mean, like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Who does their job for that long? Who's ever worked their job? Tell me. Who's ever worked at fucking, you could say Boeing. Who's ever worked at Boeing for 70 years?
The plus? CEO.
I mean, these guys, it's ridiculous.
What was I was going to say something. I forgot. Shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I mean, people, they listen to you. I mean, I'm sure our phones listen because how many times have you been sitting there having a conversation with somebody, and then you go say Facebook or something, and all the ads you're getting is from what you were just talking about. Like, what the fuck? Like,
oh, I swear to God that actually happens.
Oh, it does. It's happened to me multiple times.
Yeah. Be talking about cat litter, and the next thing you know, you get fucking ads for cat litter. Your wife says, do we need cat litter or cat food? And that's all it hears. And the next thing you know, you're getting ads on Facebook for cat litter and cat food.
Right. You start getting coupons in the mail for cat litter and shit. Like, you're like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. We'll see what this election brings and who they're actually going to run. And, I could vote against Trump if the Democratic Party actually brings somebody that is a new leader, has a new vision, or, somebody that's really strong and wants to I'm not gonna vote for no Obama. Don't.
I mean, would Biden be able to walk into a DMV and pass a driving test and the eye test and everything and get his driver's license? If the answer is no, should he be the president of the United States? Like,
No.
I mean, and that's not hating on nobody, but I feel almost bad for the guy that they put him through what they did. I mean, because it seemed like he had health issues and he had, like, man.
I know that you need a mature individual to make the right types of decisions, but is a 50 to 80-year-old man or female, is that the generation that is stuck that we want actually making laws and decisions for this country? I don't know.
I mean, if you can't drive down to the corner store legally or safely, does that qualify you to run the country? Like, I don't understand where the qualifications come in. Because I totally agree. You get to a point where you shouldn't have to work, right? That's called retirement. You worked your whole life. Great. Congratulations. Good job. Now go home. Like, fucking, like.
Oh, I agree that we're in deep debt for ages. We don't actually make a profit, or we need to, because the corporations make all the money and the people pay for it.
I mean, would you want a guy Biden's age working on the airplane that you're getting ready to go fly over to see your family? I mean,
maybe if he overlooks the final build sheet, and if he can still read, but I don't want him actually building it himself.
I mean, I probably wouldn't want Trump building it either. I mean, but business-wise, he could probably look over and understand the cost of certain things and be like, well, why are you guys, cutting corners here and not there?
How about the 25-cent pack of gum? Wrigley's 5-piece, that's gone too. A 25-cent or 50-cent can of pop or soda, that's long gone.
Went to a store yesterday with my son. We had to get something to drink, and I'm looking at it, cans of pop. It was like two for $5, and I was like, "What? 2 for $5? $2.50 for a can?" Like, yeah, granted, it's a country store, but Jesus Christ! Like, I got a bottle of water. Fuck it.
I like it still when they have the Arizona iced teas for 99 cents. I think I'm
finding
a deal,
I love those. Yeah, I love those.
Hey, you just got to be careful. Now they got hard Arizona iced teas. Yeah, they sold out. You got to be careful now.
Yeah. I remember when you can go with a note and get your mom a pack of cigarettes.
I remember my mom used to call the store and be like, "I'm sending my son across the street," when I think I was like 13 or 14, and go buy it.
We were so poor. I remember having to take $1 food stamps and buying a penny candy, so that way I had change, so there was enough money to get the pack of cigarettes.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, turning fake money into real money by spending a dime or 5 cents.
Yeah, you get you a little Jolly Rancher piece of candy. You get the 85 cents back, and now you got just enough to get the pack of smokes for Mom.
I wonder if I still have it. I have an old wallet, and I think it has like $2 or $5 in food stamps in it. Is because at one time I was like kind of homeless, and I thought that if I had that on me, I could never be considered a vagrant because I always had something on me,
Yeah.
And I got money.
Sure.
I was like,
now they got fucking. Now I guess you use a debit card or something.
Okay. Yeah, I can remember getting a book. getting your
Yep,
book.
you get your books.
Yeah, and you would just turn in a whole book, and they might tear out a few and give it back to you, and they give you the change. Yeah.
Yep, yep. You sound like
I guess I never thought about making smaller purchases so you would get back more change. I never really thought about that when I had those.
Oh yeah, sometimes you send both the kids would go. Me and my sister would go. She'd have $1, I'd have $1. That way we both get the change back, and then we'd have enough for the smokes.
Who
Back
said
in the hard days.
85 cents? I can remember like $1.10. I think that was about the cheapest I ever remember cigarettes.
I think I remember the cheapest gas was like 89 cents a gallon.
Oh,
I remember when they had remember they had that big run at McDonald's. They had the cheeseburgers and the regular burgers were like 29 and 39 cents.
I can remember doing cheeseburgers in high school at Hardee's for 15 cents, like 15-cent hamburgers and 20-cent cheeseburgers. And you would have that grill going 64 deep constantly when those promotions were on. That sucked working those nights. Cooking that many burgers, you'd go home so greasy working the grill. Fuck.
Oh yeah. Wondering why the dogs finally want to show you attention. Smell like fucking burgers.
Yep.
I used to volunteer though. I used to volunteer for the Little League. I used to cook burgers down there for the Little League. I like doing that.
Like on the grill?
Yeah. Just sit in the kitchen and just do nothing but fucking make fucking burgers all night.
Yeah.
While they play their baseball games.
Well, it's a good way how to support the league for you, you know?
Well, a lot of times they had problems with the parents being able to do it. They were all supposed to alternate, but parents work and shit nowadays. Fucking ain't got time to do that shit. I didn't have nothing to do, so somebody asked me if I'd do it one night, and I did it. And then they were like, "Oh man, that worked out really good." I'm like, "Well, anytime you need me." And then pretty soon, I was doing it a lot. Yeah, I was doing it.
79 cents. First time I ever put gas in was 69 cents. Fuck, I can remember my neighbor used to let me use her little Spree moped, and I used to go put like $2.10 or something in the fucking gas tank. Ride that thing forever.
Was that the black scooter with like the pink and the blue lettering on it?
This one was all black, but yeah, it was like a 49cc or a 59cc. But shit, you could ride that thing all weekend long on like $2 of gas.
We used to trash those fucking things. We think about like in the woods,
like jumping them like fucking.
Oh man, just you get them high centered. Oh no, just quit running on the way down the road. You used to be able to do that with cars. Cars used to be cheap enough. You can get a car for $100 and you go out and just stump jump the shit out of it. No, you're lucky to get a rim for $100.
And I still meet people that say, "Yeah, I got this heater with a beater with a heater for like $400 or $500, and I've been driving it for like 6 years now." And I'm like, "Where the fuck?" I bought it from. Yeah, you bought it from your grandma or you bought it from your uncle. You know, you didn't buy it from anybody. Right. You bought it from a family member. You know?
Right, someone that had it sitting in the garage most of the time.
Yeah, and they felt sorry for you, so they gave you a hell of a deal.
Right. They didn't tell you they had to paint the house too.
Yeah. That was the situation I was in. Do I buy a new motor for my truck and be out of business, or I mean, not buy a motor, go buy a different vehicle to get to and from work, and then still have a motor replaced, or just replace the motor in my truck and still be in business for myself during the winter?
Well, you got
Yeah,
to think of it like this too. No matter what, you're going to go buy another used rig if you don't put the motor in it, and you're still going to deal with a used rig that might need something. You know, you're going to still have to work on it. So at
yeah,
least if you get a new motor put in, you know it's a new motor, and you're going to
yeah.
you're confident. You know,
And
like
I got a rebuilt one. I didn't get a used one and put it in there. So yeah,
right, right. It's even
it's like
rebuilt. You know, it's going to last. You know, you're like
a
you're gonna
Jasper
get to
motor.
break it in yourself. You're gonna get, you
Yep,
know, like you know,
yep,
you'll be able to start fresh. Fucking know that every oil change is done on time. I mean, it'll last you a lot longer. I guarantee you. I mean, you might have body parts break or something. You know, you might end up having to do. I mean, I don't want to say it, but the T word eventually. But that's
yeah,
all stuff people don't realize. Like, oh, this car it broke. It's not worth fixing. It's like, yeah, but what are you gonna nowadays? You gonna go spend $5, $6 to $10,000 on another used car that you're gonna have to do maintenance on just as much? I mean,
yeah.
or do you fix the car you got?
I dare you to try to go find a Dodge 2500 plow truck right now
No, no,
and
no,
replace it for the money I spent on the motor. You couldn't.
yeah, no, you couldn't. There's no way. But what some people would think, well, I'll just go get finance on it. You gonna really do that? Is that really the smart move in the long run? Fuck no. Because
60 something grand right now on a fucking
the
truck.
down payment that you're gonna spend on a new truck to get financed, you
Yeah,
could have just bought the new motor.
yeah. And it ain't ran into the ground yet.
If
I'll take the
cars were
motor in.
cheap like they used to be, if you used to
Oh
be able
shit.
to go pick up a brand new
Hey,
car for like 14, 15 grand,
hey,
you
I got
can't do that
tornado
anymore.
sirens going off right now. And I
Oh
know it's the
shit.
first Tuesday, but that's at noon. That's not at 2 o'clock. Oh shit. So
Oh
there
shit.
might be one spotted. Let me turn on some weather and see just how bad it
We had
is.
a warning last night. We're supposed to get more storms tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember back
Oh
in the day
shit.
when you could buy like the base car didn't even have a radio in it? You could buy a brand new car without a radio.
Oh, I remember my grandpa buying a brand new Mazda truck, had an AM and a stick, and he got like the whole truck for like $6,000 or something. He
Was
drove it.
that the little truck, little red Mazda trucks?
Well, it
Man, I
was one
remember.
shortly, like right after that, and it was gray, but it was like a great
Yeah,
little four
yeah,
banger runner
yeah,
stick. Yeah, base
yeah,
model.
yeah. Can you even get a stick shift anymore?
Um,
It's
probably in
probably
a
a
commercial,
custom.
probably in a commercial car or like a commercial vehicle, but even those are getting hard to find. There's even like CDL drivers that have restrictions where um, they're they can't even drive stick.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, it used to be automatic was an upgrade. That was more money.
I hope that job site's good because it's in the path of a big, huh? Man, these sirens are still going off. It makes me want to fucking look outside real quick.
You
Give me a
should
second.
go check it out. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Look at
I'll
this
be right
look
back.
at the
But
sky and go check it out. Hell yeah.
yep,
Make
I
sure
think you're
you're
right.
gonna get yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's storm season. People that live Tornado Alley, close to Tornado Alley.
Yeah, it can be scary, bro. I'll be
Yes,
right
they
back.
can.
Give me a second.
Yep,
I'm gonna get
yep.
upstairs.
Go check it out. The first year we lived here, oh man, I thought it was so fucking stormy. I thought for sure a tornado was gonna drop, but it didn't. It gets really windy. You gotta go out, make sure you got everything anchored down. Shit'll blow away. You'll find it fucking down the road. You'll find it off in the fucking trees. Yeah, I don't think many do have manual. I mean, they have like the manual paddle shifting, but I think most of those are automatic or paddle shift. Like our car we just got, you can shift it manually. It's got, or you can put it in manual and then on the automatic, the shifter column, it has the up and down buttons to shift it. But that's I don't know. Use that shit. Cars are expensive nowadays for nothing. I mean, you go look on marketplaces, it's amazing for what people want for just junk. Or doesn't run, or runs and drives but needs fucking transmission and don't shift into third. Or they don't want like $5,000. It's like it's crazy. We just I mean, what did we get? What ours? I mean, we just went and got finance on 2016 for 16,000. So fucking what is it? It's Equinox, yeah, Chevy Equinox. I do like the older cars. They're just so much easier to work on. The motor in this thing, fucking, it's got a big, huge plastic thing over the top. You gotta take that off before you can even see anything.
Nope, we didn't blow away. We're still here.
Yeah, you're still here so far. Are the sirens done?
Yeah, they went away. So either there was just some upper rotation or I don't know. But they went off at noon today, and I was like, what's that? And then I looked at the calendar. I'm like, oh, it's the first Tuesday. But that's only at noon or 10 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, we were working on the fire station, and it was the first Tuesday of the month, and they have one of those up there, and the thing went off like right at break. Everybody's like chilled back and relaxed, and then all of a sudden, that thing goes off for like 10 minutes. You're like, oh, you can't run away far enough to not hear it.
No. You'll hear that in the next county.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't imagine working right there too. Oh. Somebody cut the wire.
Oh, wow. It really blew out really fast, actually.
I like it when they move quick like that.
Yeah. Not our problem no more. It's like 2 counties over now.
Yeah, it's already fucking, yeah, way off.
I'm sorry. I'm stuck on looking at the radar.
Yeah.
Just make sure nothing's circling back.
I always like to keep track when there's a storm around.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like not knowing because, like I say, you gotta end up fucking going and finding your shit fucking down the road or otherwise. Batten down the hatches. Holy shit, time flies when you're on here. 4 hours? Oh, Hills is coming. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get off here. Soon anyway, 4 hours is it? It's a long, boring session. Like, I was just wanting to mess around on here. Never did it on my phone. Yeah,
I pushed the wrong button,
that's all good.
but now I'm on my iPad. I got to go downstairs and water, I noticed. So, yeah, I was getting ready to tell you either I'm going to take you on my iPad and go downstairs or I'm going to get off. And then I pushed the wrong button, closed it out, and I was talking to myself. Oh,
Well, either or. I just realized we've been on like
4 hours.
4
Yeah.
hours.
I mean, like I was saying, I got Happy Show in a couple hours, or me and Happy Show that we'll be doing, and I can't be on YouTube all day, but yeah.
Right. Well, whatever you want to do. We can get off for now, and then
Okay.
that way you can get your work done, and then
Sounds
you can
good.
get your shit
Hey.
ready for the next show.
Hey, Crop, thanks for giving us a place to hang out today. Talk some plants, talk some politics, hang out.
I mean, it's nice to be able to just hang out somewhere.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
and I think, if we all, use our time wisely, we could have a place all the time like that.
Yes. Yep, exactly.
All right.
So
I'll talk to you later. I'll talk
Later,
to y'all
bro.
later, chat.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Yep.
Later.
Peace.